Welcome to NEC League of Legends actions tonight. Now, I'm pretty excited to be here, and I am joined by Hawkcast. So, Hawk, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, Cyro. It's another Friday, and it's another night of NECC League of Legends. And tonight we're bringing you some action from the Challengers Cyan division, where we do have Lakeland University heading up against Missouri Baptist University Spartans.
This definitely sounds like a pretty good matchup, and we will be hopping into draft pretty quickly here, and I'm excited for it as well. Now, we do have a new patch as well, and unfortunately, it's also April Fool's today. So, are we expecting any troll picks here today, Hawk?
I would imagine not, just because, at least if you're Lakeland, they are currently 3-2. So this is actually probably a pretty must-win game for you. You know, you're close to 500. You're wanting to still contend for those playoff spots. So wanting to pick up wins where you can find them. However, for Missouri Baptist, 1-5 right now. Not exactly, I think, where they wanted to find themselves at this point in the season, but you did mention that new patch, and while I will say I don't think too much really changed, I think the biggest thing that we should expect is a lot less hack room on the current patch. I think the champion is actually pretty bad now because they really took away a lot of his damage potential, and it was noticeable when I was playing it yesterday.
Yeah, so no more horsing around here, and we are very quickly going through the draft phase right now. So looking at the bans, we do see the Fizz, Lulu, Viego on the one side, and on the other, the Jinx, Ahri, and Kayn. Now, Ahri and Jinx are still very prevalent, despite some nerfs being aimed at Jinx. So I'm kind of glad to see her taking off the Rift, so that way we can get some variety in the bot lane. But we also see quite a few bruisers, I would say, come out so far in the draft.
Yeah, lots of bruisers, lots of tankiness, and I would say probably a lot of comfort as well. Tahm Kench top, not really something that I think has been seen in quite a long time, and it will be heading up against the Sylas, which is a very intriguing matchup to me. I feel like throughout a lot of this lane, Tahm Kench should be able to stat check this Tahm, but as we will see later, the Sylas, it was R5 picked. Remember, it is, we're going in not pick order. We are going just simply in roll order here in the client draft. So Sylas was R5, and there are a couple of decent ultimates available, namely that Lux ult that you see to snipe away any low HP targets, as well as there will be an Alistar support coming through for Lakeland, and having that Sylas to get yourself big and tanky in the team fights can definitely provide a lot of value.
Yeah, well, if you get big and tanky, there's always the Trundle then just to steal those stats right back. So both teams
that's
have
the great thing about the Alistar ult. It's not stats. It's flat damage reduction. So Trundle can't do a damn thing about it, fortunately for you. But yeah, you do mention that Trundle, and there's another champion that gets a lot of stats when he ults, and it's Nasus. Now, it is the Nasus counterpick into the Zeri. This is something that for anyone that's followed LS, he's talked about this. Basically, Nasus makes the game pretty unplayable for Zeri because you put the Wither on her. She can't kite like she wants to anymore. All of her cooldowns become exceedingly long, and the champion basically just becomes useless. But I really like this Trundle pickup into it, because even though it won't be able to help much in the lane, if Nasus wants to ult in the fights, you're just giving over free stats to that Trundle.
Yeah, and these two teams feel like they want to do very different things as well. On one hand, MBU there, they want to go in. They want to make the outplay. They want that highlight reel, where it feels like Lakeland is playing a very safe team comp, and it's a bit of protect the carries. Protect the Lux, protect the Zeri, and then go from there.
Exactly. This Lakeland composition has an absolutely titanic frontline standing in front of their Lux and Zeri. Tahm Kench, Trundle, and Alistar will be incredibly tanky and incredibly difficult to deal with, I think, as the game progresses. And, you know, as you mentioned, MBU, they've got a lot of skirmishing on their side. And that's where I want to sort of talk about this Graves pick that has come through, because Graves Jungle, I think, is a pick that, while on paper, it's not the worst. Decent win rate in solo queue, does a lot of damage, has decent jungle matchups, but into this Trundle, I think you just get stat checked for a lot of the game by this Trundle, and as well as in a lot of these skirmishes, Trundle can be really difficult to deal with. And then just outside of the isolated matchup, I feel like when you have such volatile lanes, you've got the Samira lane, you've got the Akali lane, the Sylas lane, like 3 lanes that want to demand resources. I think a lower eco, more gank-oriented jungler would have made a lot of sense for the Spartans, but instead they're going to have this Graves who's just going to be trying to farm up himself, and I sort of worry for this composition as the game progresses. If they're not able to find skirmishes on favorable footing, they have virtually zero lockdown for this Zeri and this Lux as the game goes forward.
Yeah, they do seem to be lacking a little bit of CC there on the side of the Spartans, but that is a risk that they're taking because, as you mentioned, they are trading that for their damage potential. You have the Akali, which great execute damage. You have the Samira, which can 1v5 at times as well. We all know the nuisance of Silas once he starts getting ahead, how he's virtually unkillable, especially with the amount of sustain in his kit. And you add the Graves on top of that, which has definitely started to be built more bruiser-oriented. I've been seeing a lot of Gore Drinker, that more up-close and personal build with Graves. And I think that can a bit better. But still, I want to see... I'm not actually sure what I want to see. I know I want to see at least a... I believe it's, Serpent's Fang? Just for the great health alone on the Tahm Kench. Get that execute, stop him from saving people as well. And even the Lux will provide shielding as well. So you can get some great value out of a Serpent's Fang on the side of the Spartans. For Lakeland, really, I just want to see them be able to kite back and play safe. Make sure they can weather the onslaught from the Assassins, from the Bruisers that want to dive in and cause mayhem.
Definitely. And I can tell you what I want to see. And what I want to see out of the Spartans is you have to control the river. You cannot let Lakeland get set up in the river because, like I said, it's about finding these skirmishes on favorable footing. If you're able to catch Lakeland in the river in your controlled territory when they're trying to seize that control, you find fights, you find a few kills. This game could become really difficult. The damage is pretty low for this Lakeland composition. So if you can sort of force them onto the back foot, get a lot of your carries going, you can just force them into unfavorable fights over and over again and slowly pick them off. But where the game gets scary is if you're not able to control the river. If you're not able to control that neutral space, all of a sudden, you have nobody to face check in. You have no tanks, and you're staring down a Lux, you're staring down an Alistar, you're staring down a Trundle that are exceedingly proficient at picking off individual members, not allowing them to escape, and doing a hell of a lot of damage in return. So if you're the MBU Spartans, it's all about that river control. And Lakeland, I'm sure with some of their pushing lanes, particularly looking towards this Lux in the mid early on, especially post 6, you can just ult the wave and play for control more than anything. This Lux Trundle, they can link up. I want to see how they're able to control that mid side and deny the Spartans some of that river pressure.
Yeah, controlling river is absolutely crucial. It's like getting that first mid tower down as well. It unlocks the map for you, gives you map priority, whether that's roaming, objectives, or just trying to have a safer economy through your lanes. Controlling river definitely benefits that as well. Or should have the shovel on the Akali, and should at least keep that lane neutral, because if an Akali starts roaming from mid and starts getting the snowballing going, that can be absolutely... or like can just dive past the front line. So being able to keep, especially the Akali in check early, I think is a win condition that Lakeland needs to keep in mind as they go forward with this game. But with that said, we are into game 1 right now, and it is going to be Lakeland on the blue side and the Spartans on red.
Spartans on the red, indeed. It's just going to be a 5-point from both teams to start everything off. Not too much early shenanigans, and that's to be expected. Not a whole lot of level 1 on both sides, but just looking at some of these summoner spell and rune choices coming through from these two teams, it is going to be the Comet and the Exhaust for okay, not bad on the Nasus here. Basically, you're playing for, it's gonna sound surprising, but poke in the lane. You just want to be annoying, but where the value from this Nasus really comes from is the permaslows. The Wither is basically a second exhaust, and when your Wither's on cooldown, that's when you throw down your real exhaust. You do not let Conceited play the game if an all-in is to come through, and it also allows for Aura the opportunity to go in. Now, it is double exhaust on the bot side, so we'll have to see if they're able to layer those properly and not stack them on top of a member. And the last thing to point out is going to be Stolly in the jungle, has the Ignite, so it's a flashless Graves, going to be looking for some of those 1v1s up against Galaga.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. How this execution comes across will definitely be important as well. Now I'm also taking a quick look at rune choices. Nothing is shocking me too much right now. I mean, right, there is the Lethal Temple on Trundle, which I haven't seen in a while. It's a very aggressive Ruin choice or Keystone choice for the Trundle. But it makes sense. He can run with it if he wants to.
Yeah, I definitely think the lethal tempo is just looking a little bit more towards late game than press the attack. Press the attack, it increases a lot of your early damage potential. Basically, you just let a big burst of damage come through when you get that auto chomp auto and any potential gank, as well as the additional damage. Steroid can do a lot in a gank situation, but it seems to me like Galaga's just saying, hey, this early game is not our game. We don't need to win that herd early. I don't need to make early plays. I just have to protect my lane, control the river, and play more for the extended fights. And I think up against something like this in Ignite Graves, Lethal Tempo could have a lot of value.
Yes, now he does need to survive that as well, because with the Ignite, that is going to be heal cut, and Trundle thrives on the sustained potential, especially with this frozen domain. So being able to cut that could give Graves here the advantage needed to make something happen, but a great trade down onto Akali here, and oh, that Akali is definitely looking a little rough there in this mid lane matchup.
Definitely a really aggressive trade from Meepy in the mid. I mean, you don't have Shroud yet. You're a level 2 Akali, and Padawan was stacking up the wave. But Meepy, what he was doing here is cutting off the 3-wave crash. Padawan Tano was trying to crash the wave on 3 and then likely either look for a cheater or to sync up with Galaga in the jungle. But Meepy trades his health to deny that, so it just forces Padawan Tano to stick around in the lane longer than he would have wanted to.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, actually, Meepy is up in CS as well, which is actually very good for the Akali. I wasn't quite expecting that, being, you know, the melee in the range first melee matchup. But with the 5-pointed strike, I can see the ability to farm safely and stay par in CS right now. So this bot lane really is just feeling each other out. The Nasus is going to get a lot of that poke down with his E, and then use that siphoning strike for the... No, not the siphoning strike, the Wither for any gank opportunities, because we do see the Graves coming down now.
I think you're going to be hard-pressed to find much of a gank, but they do have the angle.
Oh, here it is. The Wither's down. The Exhaust is down as well. Graves is in. He gets knocked in the tower. This could be dangerous here. Oh, no. Oh, no. The Graves goes down, and this could be a 2-0 here on a failed gank attempt by the Spartans.
Uncle Bert with the huge Alistar plays on the bottom side. Gets the immediate pulverize. Now there's the engage.
Oh, okay, the Smear wants this, gets the 1 trade back kill, and is able to dash out as well. So, fortunately, not all is lost here for the Spartans. But the Smear does have to be careful, as Galaga is also hovering bot lane, and we know the Smear wants to get a crash here. Now Meepy once more training a bunch, and Burt goes in here. Great headbutt pulverize combination there. And the Exhaust is down, but Galaga should have a free time on the Samira. And one more hit, and there goes the Samira over to the Trundle. So an extended 3-for-1 trade in the bot lane here. And now Tahm Kench is being traded heavily on. Meep is going in onto Padawan. Ooh, the Ignite is dropped. Padawan here drops the barrier. This could be a close one, and it is the Lux getting the kill on the Akali. And this Tahm Kench is sitting awfully low. And there's the dive here by the Silas, and it is enough. But it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and that is the flash for flash top lane as well.
Well, everything started cracking off all of a sudden, Cyro. First, it's in the bot, then the mid, then the top. Credit to Aura for making the best of a bad situation on the bottom side, but he ends up dropping anyway. It all starts with the gank attempt, remember, that was started by the Spartans, and Uncle Bert just outplaying the whole way, and it felt like the Spartans, they weren't really sure how best to execute on the gank. Yeah, you get the Wither, you get the Exhaust, but Conceited was just too close to the tower, and with the cleanse, was never under any real threat. Then in the mid, Meepy, I think just underestimating or overestimating, I should say, the damage that this Akali does early on. Padawan Tano able to pick that one up with only the barrier expanded, and then on the top side, Online Gamer barely survives the Silas all-in, gets the heal on the Tongue Lash, and is able to trade 1-for-1. So at the end of the day, it does mean that Lakeland, they're up almost 2,000 gold in this early game. 5 kills to 2. It's basically an ace across the map over a very long period of time, and definitely feels pretty good when you're the scaling composition. Remember, we talked about this skirmishing comp. They need to have control of the river. Yeah, they have some on the bottom side, but Lakeland, they're able to play towards the top, and Padawan Tano with that level 6, able to roam down towards the bottom lane.
Oh no, there's light binding and a huge final spark there. deletes the Graves. Now they got to get out of the Collies there as well. Meepy's looking for one. Uncle Bert's going to go down here, and he gets two with the execution. And oh no, and now it's a fight top lane as well. And there goes the Catfish. And oh my, Conceited barely getting out alive at the bottom there. So an overall positive trade here for the Spartans as they pick up 3 and only lose 1. But Galaga is here, going to try and get something back, waiting for the backs to go off. And Aura,
Really smart.
oh, he didn't quite rate as Nasus is still there. The Wither's going to come
Really
through,
matters.
but Aura, oh, Aura might be able to get away. There's the emote too, and that's it.
Oh,
They
Galaga
made
had
it
the
out.
flash. I'm surprised did not go for the flash shot, but Aura right there almost certainly would have died by either way. Aura is able to get out, and finally the Spartans get what they want on the bottom side of the map. It was a nice move from Pabuantano initially. This is what I was talking about. Post 6, the Lux. You don't play to sit in the lane. You play to just push and then leave. You do not want to interact with this Akali at all. So he gets to the fight first and deletes Stolly, but unfortunately, Meepy was able to get there in time, and you're a Lux in a choke point. It's exactly what I was talking about. Find fights in favorable footing. The squishy carries of Lakeland had nowhere to go, and they're able to clean up some kills on the backside. It's not enough to put them in the driver's seat in this game, but with the solo kill on top side, it at least means that they're staying competitive.
Yes, and for those watching, the Alistair did actually shrink in size there. That is not a visual bug. It is part of April Fools. So yes, these will be interesting games to watch, we'll say, as we navigate the Riot pranks. So with Riot, you never actually know if they're a prank or not, which is unfortunate to say. But regardless, we do see a little bit more trading across the map right now. And surprisingly, almost everybody is even in CS, so there's a bit of a discrepancy for Conceited right now, being up about 12 CS overall. And Gallagher gets forced off this blue buff right now.
I definitely think that one CS advantage on the bottom side is the most concerning one if you are the Spartans, because the Zeri will be a menace despite the Nasus later on in the game, and I feel like you're picking the Samira to really get ahead and create some of these skirmishes, and we've seen, you know, Aura has managed to get a kill. He's got a couple of assists, so he's certainly not behind, but it just feels like in 2022, in this current meta, this Zeri will just be stronger, and we do see a lot of blue control across the entire map, and yes, the Spartans, they do have some pushing lanes. They are trying to get some control over the river. It is not absolute. It is not that control that I think that they need to be able to consistently force favorable fights and force Lakeland into dangerous situations.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there as well. And then we did see that the Spartans tried to get aggressive on the top side of the map, trying to challenge Gallagher for that blue buff. But luckily, with Padawan there, being able to leave lane, was able to get a lot of damage across onto Meepy here, and that's half the Akali's health gone. And definitely helps shove the wave back out as well.
Yeah, that's just Lux gaming right there. Like I said, you want to interact with the Akali as little as possible, and that means ulting every time you hit a bind, but either way, all in on the bot.
Okay, and Aura's just dead. Now the Nasus is down, he's only level 5, he flashes out. But Conceited is there as well, flashes in, secures that kill, and is able to get out as well. Now Graves is going to roam bot, try and pick something up there. Oh, it could be close, but no, he's not going to commit to any potential fight there. Oh.
And there's the doomsday scenario on the bottom side. Conceited, able to find the double. Uncle Bert just pulls the trigger. Okay, not bad. Was not level 6. You'd have to think that was what Bert saw. So extremely well done right there. Able to find the flay. And Fertilance getting a little deep on the top side. Forced to flash away because there was only one more stack needed for the Devour. Hold him down under the tower.
Yes, if he didn't flash, he was dead there as well. Now, he could still look to dive as he does have his ultimate available here and a decent wave, but I don't think he will. Just get the tower, get out, take the free gold, you know. Play it a little bit safe right now because you are your team's only winning lane right now, as the rest of the lanes are even, if not behind. And we do see Uncle Bert trying to gank his own lane right now. Galaga is sitting off in the wind as well. And ooh, now it's going to be a cross-map play here. Silas goes in. He has a bit of lockdown. Tom Kench is low. And it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade once more in this top lane. But that does mean this first tower should go over to the side of the Spartans as the Rift Herald does come down.
It is a positive play for the side of the Spartans. They're going to get that first tower, as you said, or at least get pretty damn close to it, as Online Gamer actually has the teleport up and available. So, yeah, it's a positive play, but like you said, this is your one winning lane, and this is the skirmish comp. This is the composition that really needs control of the map, and while getting this outer tower will certainly help with that, going 1-for-1 consistently on the top side is not really what you want either. So good play to the Spartans, but I still need to see more, because look at the blue wards again on the bottom side. Dragon spawning in a minute. It will be Lakeland's second. If you're able to start stacking up and threatening for soul, it will be difficult for this MBU composition to contest you. And I'm loving the way I've seen Uncle Bert play this lane so far. Hex flashing in.
Oh, he whipped it, but a great headbutt pulverize. Or his only one shot. Can Conceded get this? No, Conceded will turn around and get the guaranteed kill on the Nasus. He's trying to play hooky in the bush there, but Uncle Bert is there for lockdown as well. And this Nasus, well, that's one way to euthanize a dog. Just kill him in the bush.
Oh, no. Yeah, okay, not bad. Gets of mice and men right there. He gets taken out back to see the rabbits and gets put down. Unfortunately, Conceded is able to pick that one up. That is his third now, or fourth, excuse me, third in his current life on a killing spree. This Zeri is definitely big, and with the Dragon now up and available, the Spartans, they could potentially contest. However, no ultimate in mid. I think we saw Padwantano's flash was blown off screen, and with the Prio on the bot side and in the mid lane, you'd have to think this just will be an uncontested Cloud Drake going over. And yes, there it is, as we get to see a Tahm Kench just clear out the wave under the tier 2.
Yes, and one thing I would like to bring up for you, Hawks, is that while we were looking at the laners, the junglers suddenly had a discrepancy appear. Where now Graves is up close to, what, 30 CS? He's up 2 levels. He has his mythic item completed. So we were worried about this Graves earlier in draft, but he seems to be doing fairly well for himself, and one of the bright points.
Definitely. I mean, Stolly is really strong, but my concern with Graves is, you know, he's always going to be able to farm up, and it especially helps getting that first tower gold, as well as being able to deny Galaga's top side when that happened as well. Like, means that this Graves, yeah, is going to be able to get really far ahead. But in terms of overall game impact, I still feel like Galaga has actually been able to get just as much going as this Graves. So Stolly, he does have that gold lead, as you say, but the real question for me is what's he going to be able to do with it? Because that's where I think a lot of teams, especially, you know, lower level amateur and collegiate teams, will struggle to transition that lead into the mid game.
Yes, well, we can see that the pings are going down onto the Rift Herald as well. So at least Lakeland wants to move towards that Rift Herald. As we see in that mid lane, there is a clump of 3 of them. But right now, eyes are on the Silas to see if he can make something happen against the Tahm Kench. The Tahm Kench is feeling a little bit confident there as he starts to zone off the Silas with a level advantage.
Yeah, Online Gamer, he's got the healing reduction as well as his Mercury Tread, so he's feeling pretty confident in that lane. Fertilance not quite having that mythic item online means that he's not really as strong as he'd want to be, but with the Prio on the bot side, Uncle Bert, he makes his appearance. 4v4 around the Herald. This could be the fight that you want if you are the Spartans.
Ooh. Okay, and the fight breaks out here. They do secure the Rift Herald, I believe, but Galaga goes down. And now it's just trying to get out of there, but a great ult coming out of the Lux to get a lot of damage across, but now Uncle Bert is being targeted down. He should be able to walk out. He has the ult, but he's being locked down by the Silas. And oh no, the cow's been turned into some patties there, and a flash out of the fish as well. But Meepy is following through, and I don't think they'll follow any further. But never mind, they do. And a great devour out of Tahm Kench to keep Padawan alive.
Great devourer indeed. Yeah, Padwantano at least would have eaten a lot of damage there, if not died. But just a little greedy, I think, from Lakeland on the top side. It was exactly what I was talking about. You know, if you're forced into an unfavorable fight, like being corralled around a neutral objective like that, and the Spartans, they were able to set up around them, it means they're able to take the fight 2-for-0 on the top side. But unfortunately, on the bottom side, Conceded, he's able to pick up the solo kill onto Aura and take the tower as well. So as I said, this Zeri, yeah, Nasus can make her life hell, but when she's 5-1-2 at 16 minutes in the game with a solo tower take, you're feeling pretty damn good about your position in this one.
I mean, the Zeri's up 40 CS right now. Like, it's, that discrepancy is starting to actually become extremely impactful on top of the kills already, because I believe it's roughly 15 CS is equivalent to a kill in gold value. So this Zeri is just monstrous right now. And yeah, I need to see the Zeri start grouping, because the Zeri is going to be a powerhouse, the carry now for Lakeland, which needs to be protected by the front line that we were talking about. It's Titanic. It needs to be there and do its job.
You know, now that Zeri's gotten her tower, I think you'll get her wish. Aura is able to uncontested push in a wave on the bottom side. I feel like Lakeland maybe could have rotated a little bit more efficiently right there, but either way, they're going to get the Zeri into mid, and they have the Herald on Galaga. I believe the tower is low enough where the charge will just kill it outright. Bert, he's a big tanky cow. He feels pretty confident walking into his jungle, but it seems like the Spartans, at all costs, want to deny the Rift Herald drop in mid. I think makes a lot of sense. Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. If you can control the mid lane, you can control the game, but that Herald will certainly make things difficult. As Bert, he's going to walk in as well, start denying some of this vision. They're going to get Prio on the wave, and you'd have to think, Lakeland, this is going to be their power play.
I don't think they drop Rift right away. They probably drop it for the T2 here as well, which guarantees them time. But they might just go for a kill here, as Nasus has to flash out there. Yeah,
it's a good
okay,
flash
not bad
from,
with... Yeah.
It's a good flash from okay, not bad, but definitely not a position you wanted to find yourselves in. Huge position, does not get punished as severely as it could have been, thanks to a nice way out. But now it's Lakeland. They're set up in the river. The Spartans, they've not been able to find that favorable positioning that we said. And Meepy, he's already half.
Okay, there goes the fight, and Conceded already picking up one kill on Meepy. And now Aura trying to make something happen, but the Aura is not going to be enough right now. And just like that, 3 are already dropping. And they could look to continue this fight, but they're calling it off. They want the drag, they want what they came for, and they will get it. And that puts them on soul point as well.
And credit to Uncle Bert for finding another great engage onto the Akali and the Nasus. They both get deleted pretty much instantly. Aura diving in after the fact also gets taken down, and that does mean Mountain Soul point, which up against the skirmish composition, I think you're going to be pretty happy about finding that Mountain Soul, even with the super tanky front line. And it's exactly what we talked about in Draft Cyro. If the Spartans, they're not able to set up around an objective, they're not able to know what Lakeland's movements are, they're not going to win the fight. And it was Lakeland, they're there first, they're able to group up, they're forcing the Spartans to scramble into the river. And if you're scrambling with the composition that requires this level of execution, you're just not going to be able to find a favorable fight. In Lakeland, they punish beautifully. 3-0, they get the dragon, they get the tier 2.
Yes, and with that punish, they also get the goalie. Now, it was at, what, a 2K at one point, then the Spartans started clawing back with their kills. But now it's exploded outwards again in favor of Lakeland, and they're up about 3,000 gold right now. They're feeling pretty strong themselves. We have a 7-1-3 Zeri. Conceded have absolutely popped off this match. Has 2.5 items completed. And that's terrifying. The closest one on the enemy team is Graves. But Graves isn't really going to duel a Zeri.
And it's exactly what we talked about. Stolly, he's really fed. He's got the highest farm in the game, but we've seen such minimal game impact from this Graves, and it is, just like I said earlier, one of those reservations I have about Graves jungle is a lot of times it feels like no matter how strong you get, if your team's not in a position to set you up, you're not going to be able to have much impact. And in this situation, I think it was the Spartans that needed to set up from their jungle to support their Akali, support their Sylas, support their Samira. And unfortunately, we've just not been able to see that from the likes of the Graves. They are setting up a dive on the bottom side, but Online Gamer, he's pretty tanky. Meanwhile, Fertilance, not quite the same story. He has the Alistar ultimate available. Galaga can look to find him.
Oh, there goes. It's going to be a fight here. Now the Sylas goes in. He gets knocked up. He's going to try and dash away with the flash. He does get out. And this will be the tower. And now I think the Tom Kench, he's going to respect the dive potential and just start walking out himself.
Online Gamer, beautifully done. Going to get away. Take a little damage on the way out, you know. Just let him know that he's a big, fat catfish. No one can mess with him, but guess what time it is, Cyro? It is Baron time, 21 minutes into the game, and 3 members of the Spartans on the bottom side means that this one is certain to drop. Conceded, the ultra-fed ADC will absolutely shred this one, and let's not forget to mention Padawan Tano, 3-1 and 2 as well, both carries. They are online, and they're going to be wearing purple.
Yeah, and I haven't seen any pings actually go down towards the Baron, so the Spartans, they now know that Lakeland has the Baron, but still, no one even checked, tried to harass them. They just gave it once they overcommitted bot side. So a little bit of a miss macro play by the Spartans, and they are being punished here for their mistakes.
Absolutely. It's just the Spartans, they feel like they have to make big grouped up plays because they're behind and they have the skirmish comp. They need to force fights with their composition, but you just have no way to very effectively do so. And if you're going to lose in the 5-on-5 due to your gold disadvantage in your carry positions, this game just almost becomes unplayable for the Spartans, unfortunately. And they do get punished, as you say. Uncle Bert, he's going to find a dog in the woods. Not going to pull the trigger just yet. Knows that he does not need to give away any questionable kills, anything like that. You don't need to make an aggressive play. It's all about pushing up your waves, threatening towards these towers with your Baroned up minions and your ultra-fed carries.
You know, I feel like that's a bit of a setup to a joke. You know, a cow and a dog walk into the woods. What do they find? Each other.
Yeah.
Terrible. But yeah.
It's like, you know, okay, not bad. He's the dog. You'd think he'd be hurting the cows, but it's the other way around. The cow is most certainly hurting the dog in this one. But either way, they're setting up on the bottom side. Uncle Bert, he's hurting his whole team onto this bottom tower. And you'd think this one's set to drop.
Yeah. Now, they do have priority in almost every wave, except Meepy has been able to get top wave pushing at least a little bit, but recalling now, they are looking at a setup here, and they are going in on Solly here. And oh, that Lux ultimate nearly hits there, but I think Solly is still going to go down here. The clipped shield just isn't quite enough. And now this T2 tower is going to follow soon, but no, it's going to be the team fight as Meepy dives in. Okay, not bad with the Withered Flow. And oh, Meepy manages to get out, but that is the ultimate down on the Akali. So any ensuing fight will probably go in favor of Lakeland.
Absolutely, Lakeland, they're able to find the initial pick. Stolly just trying to defend the tier 2 turret with nobody to be found, pathing way too aggressively. And again, it is actually Online Gamer this time. It's not Uncle Bert that does find the nice engage. They're able to get the kill. It is the Spartans. They're going to defend the turret for at least one more wave, but you'd have to think with the fresh set of minions arriving, it's going to drop.
Nope.
And Fertilance, he's gone.
Yeah, Fertilance is gone, and now Aura's being targeted next. The Akali is getting damage across, though, but it's not enough. And now, okay, not bad. Is once more taken out. And now this is going to be the inhibitor tower, probably uncontested here. But no, Stolly may be fighting off too much there. And oh my lord, just gets deleted. But he does get a 1,000 kill shutdown back once he conceded there. Who probably had tower aggro.
Conceded. Just goes a little too deep. Does get taken down by the Graves. That is now a 3-item Grave. So again, Stolly is pretty strong, but I don't think it's going to matter. You're losing an inhibitor at 24.5 minutes. That's a lot of damage.
Okay. Meepy does get out there. Galaga had actually pushed the mid lane as well. And so with 2 waves pushing, they should be able to get away pretty freely here. Now, they do have Mountain Soul. I don't know when they picked up Soul, but they have it. And now Elder Dragon is going to be spawning in 5 minutes as well. And with that win condition on the board, if the Spartans get that, their skirmish comp could suddenly pop off. Though I don't think it would be enough for them to end the game, as they are now roughly 6,000 gold behind.
For sure. I mean, Elder is definitely a game-changing objective for any team that finds it, but you know, the first thing is I feel like with the lead that Lakeland has, if you're letting the Spartans see the river ever again in this game, you might be having some problems. But that aside, it's just, I don't even think the game will get that late, Cyrus Dims. They've got the bot inhibitor down, and now with Baron spawning again in 2 minutes, you'd have to think that will be what they will be able to use to just end the game. They're going to set up their vision on the top side, most likely contest with the tier 2, and take a reset to refresh their wards, refresh their gold, and then come back ready for the team fight. Meepy Chilla might just be getting caught on the side.
Ooh, but a good flush away. He's able to get into the tower, but the slow's coming through, and Uncle Bert not able to find the knock up there as well. Ooh,
and it is a good flash to get away right there from from Meepy Chilla, but again, it's just such a massive cooldown burn for basically nothing. It was standard rotation from Lakeland that was not respected.
Oh no, Bert with a huge knock up there. And now, okay, not bad, is going to go down here, but he's able to stay alive for just a little bit. Or he's trying to get damage onto the fish, but the fish isn't going to have any of that.
Stolly.
And now it's slowly being focused on the side lane here. Okay, not bad, goes down as well. So that's 2 down for the side of the Spartans. Now they got to walk back, but for Lance. He's looking for the flank here. He gets knocked away by the ever-seeing Tom Kench. And you mentioned that Silas could stat check Kench, but I don't think that's a possibility anymore. And now the Lakeland, they're just continuing on. A good finding, and Meepy is going to drop here as well. This will be the top inhibitor tower going down. Super minions are on to the Nexus towers, and this could be game 1 here.
Aura going to try to dive in to save the game, but I don't think it'll be enough.
Oh, I think you're right there. It won't be enough, but respawns are coming through. Okay, not bad. It could be all up to you, but it doesn't matter as the Nexus is being called the target, and this will be Lakeland taking game 1.
And it's a clean 27-minute game from Lakeland, the team that did come in at 3-2, going to be feeling pretty good about that one, you'd have to think. Felt like they weren't really challenged for most of the game. Yeah, the Spartans, they did find some kills, particularly early on, but when it came down to control, it was always in favor of Lakeland. And for a composition with as much, I feel like, of as much of an execution requirement as what the Spartans had, they just never really put themselves in a position to really fight for anything. It felt like they were always on the back foot. They never had control of the river, and I said how important for them it would be. And we clearly saw as they started falling behind, they were just getting corralled by this titanic front line of Lakeland. You couldn't run through it. You couldn't run away with it. And with the Lux and the Zeri doing the long-range damage over the top, they just didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly there. Once they started falling behind the Spartans, they struggled. They couldn't really even make a final stand. They were a little bit rolled over there, and it all started with that failed gank bot lane, which just got conceded early kills, early gold, and then that counterpick Nasus never paid off.
Definitely. It seemed to me like that Nasus was maybe something they had practiced once or twice, but it was definitely not super impressive. And I think in a composition like that, again, you just do better with actual hard CC lockdown.
Yes, now the good thing about the Nasus CC, the Wither, is that it's point and click. That's at least a benefit to it. But I think Nasus at the moment could be better left as a theory crafting champion. It just didn't have the impact, especially once it fell behind. And also the wave management, the E damage was just a little bit too much for Aura to really control the wave. When that helped get conceded the CS lead as well. So there's a few factors there that went wrong in the bot lane, but overall the Spartans will have to come back. And so we're going to throw it to a quick break as we set up and get ready for game 2. Welcome back for game 2 between Lakeland and MBU Spartans. Now, we did see game 1 here go fairly favorably in favor of Lakeland, where once they got that lead early, they were able to snowball pretty effectively. So, Hawk, what does Spartans need to change up here in game 2 if they want to be successful?
Well, I think there's a few things that they could do differently, but the main thing is just draft an easier composition to play. You picked a comp with virtually zero lockdown to be found on it. And yeah, comfort's king. I will die on that hill in amateur and collegiate, but you've also got to draft with some synergy. And it just felt like the Spartans, they really set the bar of execution too high for themselves. They needed a composition, or they had a composition, excuse me, that needed to have control of the river, that needed to set up correctly around objectives, and they just weren't able to do that, and it makes it so hard when you have a composition like that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Being able to play to your win conditions is crucial. And if you set yourself difficult win conditions, you're only making your life harder for you. But right now, a win condition is also setting the enemy a little bit behind, you could say. As we do see that Zeri is banned out, which was an absolute monstrous pick for the side of Lakeland, as Conceded had a very, very good performance on the champion.
Definitely, Conceded absolutely popped off, but it does mean that the Jinx has been left up and available. Remember, that was banned in game 1. I don't have the pro draft up in front of me, so I'm actually very interested to see if that one is going to be where they decide to go. But it does seem like it's going to be the Lux making a return for Padwantano. And you know what? I'm a fan, Cyro. I thought he played it really well last game. It just perma-prioed mid and team fought really well, got decently ahead of his lane opponent to boot, and you know, you've got the big front line being run back. This time it seems like the Trundle is being flexed to the top side, but the Sejuani, something that it doesn't seem like we've seen in a very long time, going down to the jungle. So seems like Lakeland, they've got a formula. Fat front line with the Lux in the mid lane equals success.
Yes, now, I did actually have a peek at the pro draft, and the Sejuani was a last pick on blue side as well. And I do like it being the Trundle first pick and then saving the Sejuani, so you can flex the Trundle. But also it means that you can't have the Trundle counter pick on the Sejuani, so it's a much safer pick here for Galaga. But also Uncle Bert here no longer on the Alistar, as that was banned out. And I have to say, a large reason why Lakeland did so well was the engages coming out of Uncle Bert. So
For sure.
I'm interested to see how he plays the Renata and if he can have that same effect, you could say.
For sure, and the Alistar was absolutely formidable from Uncle Bird. I feel like he was probably the most impressive performing member of Lakeland last game. But I've got to say, if this is a Renata, if any game, excuse me, is a Renata game, then this is a Renata game. I mean, you've got full-on dive coming at you, and Renata, she really likes to play into that because of just the absolutely monumental zone that you can control with that hostile takeover. It's absolutely an insane team fight ability for turning around engages. So I'm really excited to see how this one goes, but it will be a little bit more volatile this time. It's another aggressive bot lane locked in, but I think a bit more of a classic one for the Spartans this time in the Kaisa and the Nautilus. They've got a lot of single target damage potential. The pick potential is through the roof, and the Jinx and Renata, they're definitely very squishy, and they're the kind of champions that could easily be taken down if you given the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and one thing there was that it seemed like the Spartans had also taken a page out of the playbook from Lakeland, because they had the Darius top lane, they had the Zac in the jungle, and those two alone can provide a titanic front line as well. We all know that once Zac gets off the ground, his ability to be that front lane tank is scary. He's hard to kill, sustains well, and just has so much CC in his kit that's easy to land. And also, he just comes in flying out of nowhere. The Elastic Slingshot alone makes Zac a nuisance to deal with. And Lux is a fairly stationary target as well. So this could be a danger zone for Padua Tano.
For sure. And, in particular, Zach is very proficient at ganking mid. He can come over with that elastic slingshot, as you said, and up against the Vex as well. Lot of potential in mid. And it's not the Graves, and I'm excited to see that. I was very critical of the Graves for Stolly last game, and I don't think he necessarily played it badly. I really don't. I just think that in that composition, the champion does nothing. So even though Zach is not the champion I would have gone for either, I think it's a step in the right direction. It is going to offer that utility. But you said something else that, I feel like we should have talked about, but really didn't get to, is that Darius in the top lane. I mean, when is the last time Darius has been seen in competitive and not being played by a man named Dragoon? So seeing that Darius busted out now in the elimination match is very exciting. I think up against the Trundle, it will be an interesting matchup. But both of them, they really want to rumble up there on the top side, and they've got junglers that are able to facilitate that as well. I do think the Trundle Sejuani will be stronger in the 2v2 if it does come down to it. But that's not to say that if this Darius does not, if it does get going, it will be difficult to deal with. In the team fights, I'm not as sold. I think it'll be harder to really get on top of targets. There's not really any setup to facilitate it, and the Trundle should outscale later on. But at least early on in the lane, if the Darius gets some kills, it could be an absolute menace.
Yeah, the bleed is very, very annoying to deal with. It's one of the matches I personally dislike when I play as Trundle. He just seems to trade a lot better early against you, but later on, Trundle does have that scaling potential. But also, the Sejuani scales best or plays best when you have somebody else to help proc your, permafrost passive there. Charge up for it, lock them down, trigger the permafrost, get that chunk damage. And the only melee champion on the side of Lakeland is Trundle. So I'm going to be expecting the Sejuani to definitely play more towards topside. Though conceded on the Jinx can still be a win condition, it just seems like the synergy is a bit better if you look towards the top side.
And I will say, I think it's the same situation as last game where the Spartans, they've drafted like 3 really aggressive lanes, 3 really volatile lanes that are all really actually scary for Lakeland. And I think last game, Lakeland, they kind of got a pass with the Graves jungle. I'm again going back to that pick because your lanes feel a lot safer when there's no lockdown anywhere on the enemy composition. So even if you're in a position where you might potentially be gankable, hey, you're probably fine because they don't have a way to get on top of you. But now with the Zac, it is a different story. The Zac will be able to gank any lane that he so chooses. And I think the biggest name of the game, if you are Galaga, it's not going to be about where you're making your proactive plays. It's going to be about tracking the jungle and following the Zac around the map. You want to be on a matched path with the Zac because I think in the 2v2s and the 3v3s, the Sejuani is straight up stronger. So if you could just follow the Zac around, you can absolutely ruin his day. But only time will tell because we are here on Summoner's Rift in game number 2 between Lakeland and the MBU Spartans.
Yeah, no, it does seem to be more of a stacked side here for the Spartans as they hover around the Pixel Bush in this bot river. Though it is going to be a respectful start out of Lakeland as they're not stepping up too far here and definitely playing a bit passive, getting the early ward down on the red buff and then just leaving the jungle entirely. They are not going to take any risks here early, which is good to see.
I do really like the respect being paid. I think not only is this not the best level 1 composition for Lakeland, but I actually think it's pretty downright bad. So paying respect to that all-in threat of the Nautilus, I think, is very intelligent game sense from the Lakeland squad. And they're not going to give over anything early. But again, like I said, it's going to be about figuring out Stolly's path. I really don't want to see Galaga commit to whatever his pathing is. I want to see him adjust to Stolly if need be. It does seem like both junglers will potentially just be getting a leash bot side start. I would expect them to both go into full clear, so maybe it'll work out for Galaga anyway. But if Stolly mixes up his clear, you've got to react to it, because like I said, if the Spartans are going to win this game, it's going to come off of the volatility they've drafted with a very proactive jungler.
Yeah, and I agree with you there. It's going to be a lot of all-in potential coming out of the Spartans. When they take a fight, they want to take it hard and fast. Because I think they may also be lacking a little bit of wave clear and siege potential as well. So they definitely want to fight and get the wins off the fighting. Now we see, okay, not bad, throwing out a judge line. But he does go a little bit wide early, which could be for the best.
It would have been a pretty huge trade on Conceded how that landed, but actually pretty bad news for Spartans, given that went wide. And another one, okay, not bad, really coming up empty, and you've just sacked your entire level 1 now if you are in this 2v2. So, yeah, 2 dredge lines going wide means it's going to be a stacking wave in favor of Lakeland, and not exactly what you wanted to see if you're this Kai'Sa Nautilus lane.
Yeah, I think they could be feeling the pressure to make something happen with the early composition with the Nautilus there. Or they just want to make up for last game, where they fell behind and were part of the reason they lost. Either way, Conceded has the advantage early, is doing fairly well collecting the CS. I think he may still miss 1 total, but no, he missed 2 out of 3 waves, which isn't bad.
Yeah, and it is the right idea from Okay Not Bad, looking for those level 1 hooks. If you are the Kai'Sa Nautilus, you do have higher level 1 damage potential than this Jinx Renata, and given the fact that you're at a range disadvantage, you need to find early trades to get control of the wave. Otherwise, the double range is just going to force you off, as we saw. So it is the right idea, but unfortunately, not being able to find that just means that it's going to be a double stack crash into Cheater, so you've just avoided any early threat from this Kai'Sa Nautilus. You've gotten out of the early lane. Now you can come back, the wave will be safely pushing into you, and then all of a sudden, it's not going to be until 5-6 minutes until the wave really gets back onto, you know, dangerous footing in favor of the Spartans. So just really nicely done to the Lakeland duo lane, I think, and it is the price that Okay Not Bad and Aura are going to pay for those 2 missed hooks.
Yeah, and we also see that Padawan with a good light binding. This is going to be a fairly heavy trade onto Meepy there. It could be a kill as well. The barrier gets popped, and so Meepy stays alive as well. Okay, Not Bad lands hook onto Jinx, and luckily Conceded is right there in the tower, but now the trade back onto Nautilus, and that takes about half his HP there as well. So overall, a favorable trade for Conceded, I would say.
I did not notice the barrier on Meepy. Really interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a Vex with barrier. I do think it makes sense, and in the Lux, you can avoid a lot of that burst, but Online Gamer is getting ganked.
Ooh. Okay, the Trundle, he had a bit of an unfortunate pillar there, but he isn't able to flash away. And that will be first blood going over to the side of the Spartans, but now Meepy has to flash away, follow through by Padawan, gets the kill. Does he get out? Yes, with the barrier pop and the splash, Padawan does live to fight another day.
Beautifully done by Padwantano, finds the flash. He knows he's got the barrier in the back, but I'm going to be critical of Galaga here. I talked about you need to match the Zac, and Galaga does a 5 camp clear to the top side instead of a full clear, which means he's reset before Stolly's gank timer. He took his time to do that full clear, and it does mean Stolly's able to find first blood for the Darius. I talked about if Fertilance gets going, it could be scary. So one of your win conditions for the Spartans has come online, and I think it all comes back to what I said in draft. You've got to know where the Zac is, because if you can be at every single play that the Zac's at, this Sejuani likely will have more value. A lot of Zac's gank potential comes off of the surprise factor. He can gank you from anywhere, but he can't do that if you saw him in the river 3 seconds ago, right? And either way, it will be a fight on the bottom side. Galaga is here for this one.
Yeah, Stoli flashes to get the CC. A great dredge line onto Conceded there. Conceded has to kite back here. He's low. The Jinx could be going down, but the Nautilus goes down first, and that's the reset coming through as well. But Aura has the flash through, follow through. Now Galaga's being focused down. A good spike keeps Stoli alive as well. And now this fight could be turned around as the Vex gets there as well. But Meepy, you're in a 1v2 situation, though you do have great damage on the Padawan. This will let Zac respawn here. And oh, I don't think you guys want to continue this fight, but maybe you do, as the Honey Fruit has to come in clutch to keep Meepy alive. But Stoli, great CC there.
Reset.
Oh no! Oh. The reset comes through, but not quite there. Now Bert is going to be run down here by Stoli and Meepy. And this was so close to being an amazing play out of Lakeland. But unfortunately, it doesn't quite happen.
And it's a crazy, messy fight, but at the end of it all, the Spartans will come out on top. 4 for 3 in their favor. Conceded, not able to pick up any of the kills critically. Only 0-1-1. It is Padwantano picking up 2. Dredgeline will land. I don't think there's too much threat here. And I think the story of the game is, again, Lakeland, they're just not respecting the Zac engage potential. Galaga was starting up the Dragon as Stolly was going in. I think that is just a disrespectful play, and all credit to the Spartans for punishing in kind. So, well done to them for getting another advantage. Unfortunately, it is Stolly with 3 out of the 5 kills, so your tank is the one with a lot of the gold, but it's better than nothing for certain. They are 1,000 gold in the lead.
honestly, with Stolly being the one to have the gold, I'm actually perfectly okay with this. Because if you can't kill the front line, it means your back line can get free damage across. And once Zach is ahead, it's so far or so hard to kill him with his sustain, with his passive. Even there, they were able to get him down, but they couldn't kill the passive, the little tiny Zach blobs. They just couldn't do it. And because of that, that allowed the Spartans to turn that fight and get it into a winning play for their side.
It is funny. I agree with everything you just said. However, I would not even say that the Spartans have a back line. They have 5 divers, and that is literally it. But I do agree. Tanky Zach could definitely be difficult to deal with, especially in this early to mid game before Conceit has really hit his item spikes. This low damage composition could struggle with the tanky jungler.
Yeah, okay, I agree with you there. Backline was used in the loosest sense possible.
Yeah, the squishy members will say this game.
Well, I mean, they're the only 2 ranged champions on the side of the Spartans, so they're the auto-attack backline, we'll say. And then they can dive in later. But either way, Zach just beat Monstrous, nearly a completed item already, and now Fertilance here is being targeted down. A great flash away from Arctic Salt, but the ultimate lands, but he was under tower, and he's able to walk it out nice and safely.
That was a really interesting play from Lakeland. Galaga pulling the trigger on the ultimate. I assume that the call there was just to get the wave under the tower so that Online Gamer could reset. He's already down 27 CS. That top lane really not going the Trundle's way, but you know, it was the ultimate committed from Galaga and not the ultimate committed from Online Gamer. I felt like they weren't quite sure whether or not they had a kill, so it's sort of a cooldown burn for nothing, really, because I think even without the Sejuani ult, that wave still gets crashed. Either way, it will be the reset from the Trundle. Online Gamer does get bailed out of that situation, but the gold lead does keep growing in favor of the Spartans ever so slightly, and they do have a mid-game composition very strong at 1 item, so if you're able to maintain this gold advantage as the game progresses, it could be extremely impactful. Fertilance going to solo the Herald.
No, it was started up by Galaga, but he couldn't handle Fertilance, so now it is actually going to be a free Rift Herald over to Fertilance there. Yeah, and they get the dragon as well. Ignore the Scuttle Crab, because that's just a visual thing from Riot. It's the dragon that's important there, not the Scuttle Crab.
I mean, the absolutely massive play. The Darius now is going to get a solo Herald charge on the top side to funnel more gold into himself, maybe even threaten for first tower. You've also got the dragon on the bottom side. Ocean Drake feels really good to survive a lot of this poke, especially if you're into something like a Lux. So, yeah, you know, I was talking about what would the Spartans be able to do now that they have a jungler that can make proactive plays. They're ahead in this early game. Now, we'll have to see how they're able to transition into team fights. It could be a 3v3 on the bottom side, but Galaga, he's not here yet.
Yeah, it doesn't quite matter there as the Dredge line finally finds Conceited there. And the last 6 slingshots there, the hostile takeover doesn't do much. The bailout is there, but the reset doesn't come through, and now Uncle Bert is locked down. And I don't think Uncle is going to make it home for dinner tonight as he gets taken out right before the tower. And then Stoli with huge CC nearly gets Galaga. And oh no, that tower shot nearly picks off Nautilus there. Tano with the light binding doesn't quite find anyone as the heal comes through for Aura. Now Fertilance drops the Rift Herald top. We'll look to get at least 2 plates, maybe more. But I think he dropped that a little bit early there.
This game is all of a sudden getting really out of control. Fertilance, he's going to get himself 300 gold worth of plates. Then on the bottom side, it is a double kill going down. And again, Lakeland, they saw that play coming, but Galaga just was not in position in time. They're not reacting fast enough to what is a faster paced composition for the Spartans. And all credit to the Spartans for finding these plays. But Lakeland, you've got to get your head in the game, I feel like, because they have seen so many of these things before they've happened on their wards, and they're just not respecting the engaged potential. Conceded, his flash was just not quite back up. The Spartans, they're able to punish, and Conceded's dead before the fight even starts.
Yep. So, Nautilus finally finding those dredge lines that are impactful. We know early on, he struggled in the lane phase to find the impactful hooks, but now, you know, I would say that we're almost at lane phase, so there's less pressure to win the 2v2. And with Stolly being there for the additional support, I think there's confidence coming back into okay, not bad's play, and it's really starting to provide dividends as well, because both the Kaisa and Alonus are 1, 1, and 3. So definitely on par, though Aura is still struggling to CS overall.
Yeah, despite the kills that have gone down on the bottom side, I do think most of the gold advantage does sit in Fer1lance and Stolly's back pockets. Stolly with the 4 kills, Fer1lance with those tower plates. Online Gamer, you gotta flash that.
Yep, he has to flash that. But it doesn't matter. He used the subjugate. It didn't subjugate anything there. That's a bit of a wasted ultimate coming out of Online Gamer, especially without flashing the initial shot. And the wave was pushing into him. He didn't need to be that far forward. He could have just chilled in the bush too if he wanted to play a bit safer.
And it is so interesting to watch. I mean, that is the gold advantage right there for Spartans making another proactive play. They're going to get first tower that balloons their gold to over 4,000 now. And it just feels like Lakeland, I don't know. They got comfortable with what was a slow-paced game one in a MBU composition that didn't have a lot of playmaking potential. But now, with the likes of the Zac and the Nautilus, champions that do have these really easy go buttons, it feels like they haven't really adjusted their play style, and they've gotten punished. Now, you know, are they out of this game? Absolutely not, but they've definitely not set themselves up for success. Conceded doesn't flash it either!
Ooh, and yeah, I don't think Conceded could flash that one because that was a long-distance slingshot. And that's it. That's it. That's both the bot laners dead. Meepy with a flash on the Galaga, but Galaga will just shrug that one off right now. And Dragon in a minute, so there's still potential, but really, Stoli on this Zac, I think he's going to be the player of the game.
I mean, it is incredible what a jungler can do when they are given the tools to make plays. You know, we talked about how far ahead Stolly was last game, but just couldn't do anything. There was no setup anywhere, and that included him. You just needed somewhere to play around with his Graves. Something to set it up, or ditch the Graves, pick something to set up your team. It seems like the latter choice was the answer. You've got the Zac, you're making plays, 100% KP, 6 kills, 1 dragon in your back pocket as well. Everything is going the way of the Spartans, and again, Conceded. If you see the elastic slingshot coming down on top of you, you've got to flash that, and at the very least, don't play so close to the wall. I mean, this is Zac 101 right here. He can always come over that wall at you, and Conceded just not respecting that potential. Another beautiful engage from the Spartans. Objective bounties are already up at 14.5 minutes. This game is looking like a very different story to game number 1.
Yeah, well, it's nearly a 6,000 gold lead. It's sitting just over 5.5 right now. But yeah, this is a scary game here for Lakeland. But they could look for a pick here onto Okay Not Bad, and they are going to get this pick here. He has flash, he gets over the wall, but it doesn't matter as the permafrost proc comes through getting the kill. And this does give them an advantage for Dragon. But with Stoli being so far ahead, I don't think it matters unless they get a second one. Because
they're gonna get
Online Gamer is still top. Oh, okay, they did get Meepy here. Meepy stays alive. Okay, the flash comes through. But now they're trying to bum rush Baron on the other side, and they do... Sorry, not Baron, Dragon. And they do actually sneak the Dragon regardless. So overall...
on the mid.
Ooh, overall, I would say that'd be worth it. They sacrificed 2 players who didn't have a bounty, and they get the Dragon on the tail end of that.
I'm going to disagree. I think the 600 gold for the scaling composition that's really far behind, you take that every single time over a second Dragon, and as well as an objective bounty on the top side. I think Lakeland's getting everything they wanted out of this. You don't care about the Dragon. You care about the gold. You care about the map pressure. And, I mean... I think that space check from Okay Not Bad, well, not the best, is acceptable. You know, you think you've got pressure in the river, but Meepy Chilla, you cannot be walking in there after you just watch your support die. He gives over a kill too, and credit, as you said, Cyro, to the rest of your team for at least picking up the Dragon. So you do at least get what you came for. In Lakeland, they weren't really able to get much off of the additional mid-priority that comes through, but now 2v1 on the bottom side, that's rude.
Oh, Aura with the Killer Instinct out should be okay there. Uncle Bert had the tower aggro there, and Conceded getting chunked by the tower as well. So a little bit greedy here and low mana. I think Aura should be just fine as well. And we do actually see Aura trying to get cheeky here, but the Super Mega Death Rocket lives up to its name.
You know, Sarah, I think we've seen a lot of questionable plays this game, and that was definitely one of them. Aura goes for the 1v2, but you're a man immune Kaisa. There is not the damage in the tank, and I believe there was a shutdown going the way of Conceded, if I'm not mistaken, and that is the case. That is a very big kill to give over. Objective bounties are also still available, but the gold gap has closed pretty significantly. Tower dies to the minions on the bottom side, so critically the objective bounty doesn't go over, but all of a sudden, it's actually 2 towers to 1. So map pressure-wise, Lakeland is actually feeling pretty okay about their position in this game. They might have weathered the early game storm. Yeah, you're down, but you're most certainly not out. And remember, the carries on the side of the Spartans are not actually that far ahead. This Vex is super weak. The Kaisa, likewise, she's still scaling towards those 3 items. So despite the 2 kills, not really feeling that strong in this game. All your gold is on Fertilance, who I think hasn't really been able to get into the game too much yet. And then the Zac, who, again, Stolly, he's had a phenomenal game, but you are still a Zac with 6 kills. And as the game progresses, it's going to have less value.
I don't know. I think the Zac can carry the game. Like, if anyone's going to carry it on the side of the Spartans, it's going to be Stolly. He's too far ahead on the Zac to not have an impact in teamfights. And he's tanky enough with enough damage in his kit as he finishes the Demonic's Embrace on top of the Sorcerer's Shoe that he can probably kill Padawan, Conceited, and Uncle Bert just by himself and probably tank their damage in the process as well. Like, Zac, while not meta, is still a pretty nutty pick, and if you know how to pilot it, can be absolutely devastating at the same time.
You know, I like your optimism, Cyro. I disagree, but, you know, hey, only time will tell. Stolly, he's had a great game so far, as I said, so I agree. If anybody's going to make the plays, it is him. I don't think Zac is going to be quite the 1v9 champ that you maybe hope it is, but hey, I've seen crazier things in the NECC, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, well, the mythology is that we get to see it right now as well. And so, Eternal did get the good flash here, but Stolly's going in, and he does get locked up by the Glacial Prison.
Trundle's here.
Now Galaga is there as well with Online Gamer. And it's a bit of a split fight here, but I think it's just going to be not bad going down here as he gets caught between the front line of Lakeland as well. Now Padawan is there for reinforcements, and Fertilance goes down instead. And now Stolly has to get out. I don't think he's in range for the Permafrost proc. Maybe a Glacial Assault can get him in range, but no, the stacks drop off. And overall, that's a lost team fight that the Spartans initiated. I think getting a little bit too greedy here, but as I say that, Stolly goes back in, blocks up both. But no, he goes into his passive right now. Tano's waiting for it, and he gets most of the blows, not all of them, but most. And now Stolly does finally go down. That 950 gold bounty over to Galaga. Not the one you wanted on, but you take those as it gets your team ever closer to getting back in this. Because they were 5,500 gold down, I said at one point. Now they're within 1,000. Now Aura going hard on Conceited. Conceited flashes under tower, but the procs come through. And Aura getting the kill.
That's what Aura wanted earlier. Conceited, Cleanse can't save you from the damage of the Kaisa, and Aura able to find the solo kill. But yeah, I mean, look what happens when you flash Nautilus Elastic Slingshot. All of a sudden, he's just a big body in the middle of the fight, and he's not really able to do a damn thing. It ends up being Fertilance, actually, that drops. And then Galaga picking up the 950 shutdown on the Zac. Like you said, not exactly where you want it, but hey, this is a game of tanks now, Cyro. It is League of Tanks. Galaga against Stolly. Who will out-tank the other? Okay, not bad. Getting caught face-checking again. He should be fine. There's no damage follow-up. Rift Herald was summoned on the top side. Likely was just timing out. Dragon is alive. It is Soul Point, but only a Cloud Soul. Herald will help get pressure in the mid. You have to think, honestly, I don't think Lakeland needs to fight for this one, despite it being Soul Point.
Yeah,
really
it puts them on the Soul Point, so a third Dragon giveaway is pretty free. You have the Online Gamer in the top lane. It could look for a steal here, but down remember, they shouldn't take this. As Galaga goes in, well, a huge elastic slingshot comes through, and Stolly picks up 2 there. Uncle Bird trying to get away. Padawan also has to run, and that is going to be Galaga going down as well. Conceited now under fire here. Can't even get to the mid tower. And just like that, the Spartans take the Dragon, take the fight, will take the tower as well. And so Online Gamer trying to force something top lane, but it's looking bad.
It's another split call from Lakeland. Online Gamer, or he's saying, hey, I can push up on the top side. Just give away the Dragon. It's just a cloud. Instead, Lakeland decides to die for it. You just don't need to go that hard for it. The Spartans, they had control over mid, and you're face-checking into a Zac. As you said, the engage was beautiful from Rip Stolly, and although, yeah, the hostile takeover was good, you've got nothing for it. Now Baron goes over, and just as it seemed like the Spartans were starting to slip a little, They're able to find a monumental fight in the bottom side river. Lakeland, they may be up 1-0, but the Spartans aren't done yet. They keep finding fights off of the back of split Lakeland calls.
And I don't know if these calls are going to be split, because we see that it is a hull breaker Trundle. The Trundle wants to split. The unfortunate thing is that his team is just too far behind for him to get the side lane pressure and then actually be able to run with it. So I think he needs to group with his team, even though he won't get that juicy bonus from the hull breaker. He needs to be there for these fights. He needs to subjugate the Zac and make him a little bit of a squishier blob, so that way his team has a chance because Galaga, despite being a big Sejuani, you know, big boar bristle, can only do so much. 5-2-0, definitely fat and beefy, but there's a limit to that front line. Ooh, yeah, gone.
Caught out in the bottom side jungle, really far ahead of his team. That's going to stall this Baron push a lot. And I actually do have some things to say about your point about split pushing and hull breaker. One is that I actually like Online Gamer playing in the side lane because he's the only one in this game with teleport. So leveraging that advantage, I think, is always the correct play. And I think it's also a fine play to say, hey, they have Herald and mid prio around this Dragon Soul point. It's a Cloud Soul point anyway. We just don't need to fight for it. I think there's no shame in that. The problem is that if Online Gamer is going to split push in the side lane, if that's the call, you can't also give away the kills in mid. But my point about Hull Breaker as well is, I think there's a common misconception that it is you know, exclusively a split pushing item. And yes, it is an item that is beneficial for those in side lanes, but part of the reason why it's so good, especially on champions like Cyan, is a lot of it just means it helps you get shove in the side lane by being able to not be afraid of who you're 1v1ing. Basically, this hull breaker means that Online Gamer is much more similar in power level to this fed Darius in the side lane than he otherwise would have been. So instead of just having to catch waves, he can actually proactively push them out. And then, as you said, go and join his team later on without having to be on the back foot. So, you know, hull breaker doesn't have to be an item where you just sit in the side lane and whack turrets. It can help you get the shove and then group up with your team, where the item is still 112% gold efficient, even if you're grouped. So just some quick maths for you right there, quick high-level strategies, and I do agree. I think Online Gamer, you know, should be using, I think, some of that wave prio to just go and rotate around to his team.
Yeah, and as you said, he has TP. He could have TP to that dragon fight as well as Stolly. He gets the stretching strike onto Uncle Bert there, but nothing comes of it as he backs off for safety, because we did see Aura get picked in the same area. But right now, it's Fertilance in the top lane. No one's answering his push right now, so he's wailing on a T2 top tower. He'll pick this one up, but now Online Gamer's heading up there, and Dragon's in 40 seconds. So once again, Spartans setting up Dragon correctly. But we have a fight here as Galaga kind of set in the bush here. He's going to get picked here as the... Oh, okay, he is tanky. He does actually live with this. I was a little bit worried that... Actually, he didn't use any ults on the side of Lakeland, which I'm a little bit surprised at.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just Galaga with that passive is insanely tanky, but Conceited is still so weak. He now has 2 items. He just got the Lord Doms right after that mini skirmish. So he is a little bit stronger, but he's not got the 3-item spike, and that's absolutely critical. So I think in this team fight, it could be massive. Stolly is about half HP. He has the passive available. Everybody else at full, and with the positioning around it, I do think it will just be a Spartan Dragon.
I think they have to give this Dragon off. Online Gamer still isn't TPing into this. Galaga's still half health.
He's looking
and while
now,
he
just
may
based.
be able to poke, he's running top. If he's TPing in, he had to TP already, because he will be late to this fight regardless. So their best hope is a steal, but Stolly is just too on point with his smites right now, and so that is the air soul going over.
Stolly is able to smite it at 19 right there. Hey, close is better than not at all. It's 3 ultimates thrown for no gain, and it will be a tower going down as well. The Spartans, now that they're ahead, they seem like they've got a good understanding of where they need to be on the map. They're not really overextending after what was a bit of a chaotic mid game. They've slowed it down. They've gotten their soul. Now, this Cloud Soul is absolutely not going to win them the game. You've still got to do that yourself, but with Baron spawning in a minute and the control that you have on the top side, both tier 2 turrets, having been taken down, it will be a pretty easy setup. So if they're able to repeat the same formula, it could be huge. And I think the most important thing will be whether or not you're able to take this fight before Conceited has his 3 items online. I want to see the Spartans. They come out of base, they get push in their lanes, and they immediately try to force this Baron, because I think if Conceited get 3 items, that is where this game could start to tip in the favor of the blue team here. But either way, we'll have to see how that's able to come to fruition.
Yes, either way. Now, we also see the Divine Center picked up for Online Gamer, so he should be okay in the side lane, though he is down well over a completed item compared to this Darius, who's sitting at 3.5 items roughly right now, and is pretty scary.
A lot of members committed bot side right now. It feels like the Spartans, they want these last outer towers, but we saw this last game, Cyro. It is going to be Baron started up, and Conceited, he may be weak, but he still will melt this Baron with the Kraken Lord Dahmers, and they just don't know. It's gone. It's gone. It's gonna be a Baron for Lakeland.
Yeah.
A Baron for a tier 1. This is absurd.
Well, it seems like the Spartans are committing to that push, as we see both Meepy and Fertilance running down there. So they could get the T2 as well. But either way, I want to say that's a scuffed call trading that for Baron.
8,000 gold in the lead. How do you let that one go over for free, even if you get this tier 2? I mean, how can you say that's worth? That's like a 4,000 gold swing right here in favor of Lakeland. The objective bounty as well as the Baron, maybe only about a 3,000 gold swing. But either way, that is just, I feel like a massive macro blunder coming through from the Spartans.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It seems like a massive macro blunder. They don't even have any vision topside. They were
another objective bounty here?
Oh my.
Great pillar.
Yeah, Online was just able to push that with Hullbreaker.
And now you got Prio on mid as well. You can walk into the jungle. You've got Baron to siege up. Spartans are still scrambling off a reset. They've got members committed to the top side for some reason. That's Jinx. She doesn't have enough information, so she doesn't feel confident, which I do respect that from Conceited, but she actually was free to step up to that turret had Conceited wanted to. But either way, I mean, yeah, you're probably not going to be able to push too much with this Baron, but at the very least, it just buys you so much time, because it means that Baron is now off the table. Spartans are not going to be able to push their lead at all, and I think it'll just come down to the Elder fight. But remember, I was talking about that all-important 3-item Jinx spike, and in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, I think Conceited will be there.
Could be. Could also be a fair ways off as well. But it feels like Lakeland, they're only in this game because the Spartans are throwing it. If the Spartans played the macro right, I don't think Lakeland would ever have a chance in this game. But we do see Fertilance waiting in the bush. He does spot Online Gamer. Good initial trade. So G comes through. It's going to be rough here. The Conqueror stacks are procced. Now Fertilance, I think he's realized he's been off more he can chew. He doesn't get the heal there, but the true damage is there. The guillotine coming out for the kill. The hostile takeover is there as well. The final spark collapse. One. Or is running out there. Stoley's trying to get out as well. But he goes back in on Uncle Bert. Gets a little bit of damage across, but not enough, as they're just going to pick off his passive there. And once again, Galaga with the kill secure onto the Zap.
Padawan with 3 items finds the AoE. I didn't even see Conceited die. It must have happened in the initial engage, but at the end of the day, Padawan is going to drop.
Oh, yeah. Without Azania's there's no chance of living. Though I think that was Uncle Bert was nearby, which may have helped. But either way, Meepy finding a kill there. It's still rough, though. I don't really see how the Spartans can crack the base without a explosive team fight first.
Exactly. I mean, they find 1 kill on the top side. Fertilance able to find the one-on-one. It looks like it's going the way of the Trundle for a while. Online Gamer having those stats stolen and the Lethal Temple proc. He does so much damage, but once those Hemorrhage stacks comes in, that true damage execute on the guillotine is just absolutely absurd. And Online Gamer got put in the death chamber in swift time. But like I was saying, you know, yeah, you fight a one-on-one on the top side. You think you've got a 4v5 map. Oh, you give up 2 kills in mid. You're back to square one. Now it's the Elder in 40 seconds. Conceited does not have 3 items yet. Are you kidding me? 32 minutes into the game. That is huge.
Remember, this Jinx is only 1, 6, and 4 right now. While does have a little bit of CS, the Jinx didn't get the last hit on the bot tower as well. So wasn't getting that local gold that he may have picked up in the previous match. So the economy for this Jinx is severely hurting, despite cannibalizing most of the jungle as well.
He's
okay,
gone.
that gets
That's
picked
big.
up by the Super Mega Death Rocket, and that will definitely help Conceited finish this third item.
Yeah, I mean, now your main engage is gone. You've still got Stolly. Look for the Elastic Slingshot. As long as Lakeland doesn't group up, though, it could be tricky. Aura, it's worth keeping your eyes on him. He does have 3 items. Stolly jumps into the bottom side of the fight, going to Elastic Slingshot. Now, here comes the Vex.
Oh, Meepy looking for something a little bit ambitious there, but Aura picks up the kill with Talon there, and now Conceited picks up the kill, has the reset, but it's going to be close there as All My Gamer is doing work, and now Fertilance is going to pick up the kill on Conceited. Conceited is going to burn down here. Those hammer stacks do work, and Stolly is still alive. Now Online Gamer has to flash out, is burning down as well, so Fertilance picks up that kill. Galaga is going to go down here as well, and it's the front line that ruled the day, as Galaga is just forced to run. And that could be the explosive team fight they were looking for. Now, Baron is up in a minute, but they will secure the Elder Dragon on at least 3 members, though I think they should hold it and try and get it on at least Aura.
Okay, so the Spartans are going to get Elder, and this means they're most likely going to get Baron, too. They should be able to just reset after this one. Oh, they're going to hold it to get it onto Aura and Meepy. Is this one going to work out for them? It's stalling. Yeah, 314. Okay, very clever play here to get the Baron onto their, the Elder onto their carries. Now you can definitely look to the end of the game. Your dive, remember, this is a full-on dive comp. So, any engage will basically turn the game around. This is a guaranteed Baron. Most certainly, the question will be whether or not Lakeland can stand up in the base. I think the answer is no. I think the Spartans have found what they need to close out this game and send us to a game 3. But Lakeland, they've been scrappy so far. They might just be able to hang on. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? It's being a little bit rough here, isn't it, for the Lakeland? Now, they do have a 1-game lead in the series, but I know they would want to close it out in 2. So they are down about 9,000 gold, which feels pretty rough because they were able to claw back a few different times. But I think the Spartans, they need to take Baron and end the game ASAP.
I mean, Conceited has just hit his 3-item spike 1 fight too late. If you had 3 items in that Elder fight, maybe that goes differently for you. Maybe not, because Fertilance was still full HP and rocking and rolling through that fight. But, I mean, this Jinx was just put so far behind. She was not really able to get the farm that she needed. Here's that free Baron I was talking about. Galaga, please don't try to steal this. It's not worth your life. Okay, he's not going to.
Yeah, I think even Padawan was a little bit short there on the final spark in just terms of distance. If Galaga was able to steal that, that would have been absolutely massive. But Galaga is about to be flame horizoned by the Zac. And despite being 7-3 and 2, just hasn't had the same impact that Sully has. And this is a, I would say more or less an AP Zac here, with the Horizon Focus, Demonic Embrace, Banshee's Veil, and the Sorcerer Boots.
It seems like Stolly has decided, hey, we've already got a big front line. I can do some damage. I'm fed anyway. So yeah, that is a damage Zac. And I mean, you know, we talked about Jinx not getting 3 items. Imagine all those kills that Galaga swept up in the mid game. If just one of them went to Conceited, I think it could have been a different story. That's a big chunk from Aura going to zone Lakeland off this tower.
Yeah, I was actually curious what Aura was going to build on Kaisa. It does go with the AP poke build, which has seen quite a bit of play recently. I've seen some lethality, but the poke build right now is what they need to help get them off the minion waves, help them siege. Otherwise, they would really be a close range composition. So that little bit over the top poke definitely helps balance their composition out, because it does a lot of damage to, like, Padawan, Conceited. You just don't have the stats to withstand that much poke.
Elder's gone, so it does mean that the fight is at least winnable for Lakeland. They drop 2 inhibs. They're still in this game. Look for a potential engage. If the Spartans overstep under the Nexus turrets, I do think it could be deadly for them. Glacial Prison only going to hit onto the Zac. That is a big cooldown expended. I think they're just waiting for their minions to conga line down on the bottom lane and get their 3rd inhib. I'm liking the restraint from Lakeland. The poke, though, from this Kaisa is significant. Here comes the fight!
Oh, and it's a big one, too. Damage across everyone. And now that is Padawan down. That's okay, not bad down as well. Galaga's down as well. They're down for the fountain. And they are picking up everyone here for the ace. And the Spartans clean house in game 2. And they'll be finishing it in 37 minutes to tie the series at 1 apiece.
And Cyro, I asked for a composition that was easier to execute. I asked for more playmaking potential from Stolly, and that was it. Beautifully done from Stolly. I feel like he made so many good plays happen, and it seemed like the Spartans, with the composition that had actual tools in their kit, looked so much better. They're able to take, I'm not going to say a clean win. It definitely was messy, but they were able to get there nonetheless. And Lakeland, it just felt like they put themselves in this position repeatedly by not respecting what their opponents were capable of. I mean, yeah, game 1 was a stomp, but in game 2, they fell behind early, and yet they kept repeatedly stepping up when it seemed like all of their pieces were not on the same page.
Yeah, and I want to say once again, this game was determined off the first blood, off the first gank. This time it did go in favor of Stoli. Now, I know in game we're talking about how Stoli had a surprise gank top. They knew he was top all along because Galaga had won the Scuttle fight. He had chased Zac back into his topside jungle at half HP and then rotated down for the bot Scuttle. So Galaga was definitely ahead in the jungle. They were able to track Stoli, but Stoli stayed top for Krugs and then the gank. And I think Online Gamer didn't respect that potential gank there and was punished for it, and then punished repeatedly after. So Stoli, definitely the player of the game, getting that early first blood, as well as snowballing the rest of his team. Definitely a better look on a tank engaged champion.
And I do want to say, this is something that any jungler can employ is, you know, if you are ending your clear on one side, you know, as Galaga was on the top side in this game, you want to recall next to whatever lane is at threat of being ganked of yours, or whatever lane you want to protect. Galaga made the mistake of just recalling in the river, so it did mean that, yeah, after the Sejuani backs, Stolly just walks in and then ganks top. If that doesn't happen, if Galaga just takes the extra couple seconds to walk up to top side and at least have his presence be there, recall in that bush, it just means that all of a sudden, Stolly can't make that play. And it's those little things that if you just are shadowing your laners when you're resetting your clear, it goes the extra mile and it really can make a difference. So would be something I would have liked to see. But either way, I agree. It felt like Stolly got one good play going, and then all of a sudden, Lakeland, they were floundering.
Yeah, and they were definitely floundering on the vision as well because they should have had better wards to spot out where the Zac was coming from.
And flash elastic slingshots.
Well, yeah, definitely that. But we are going to throw it to a break right now as we get ready for game 3 between these two teams as the series is tied at 1 apiece. Welcome back. We have game 3 here between Lakeland and MBU Spartans. Now, they do have a side swap this time around, so we will be seeing the Spartans on blue side, Lakeland on red side. Now, what do you think, Hawk, of the side swap here? Which team do you think will benefit the most from it?
I mean, I think blue side is a better side in the current meta, but these two teams haven't been too concerned with the meta or drafting power picks or drafting, I think, compositionally. They've been more playing for individual lanes in draft. So I think it makes a lot of sense to go onto the red side if that is your strategy as we do get underway in the draft here. And you know, last game we saw, I think, a much different MBU Spartans than we saw in game number 1. We saw them with a lot more proactive champions, a lot more tools in their toolbox, and they were able to leverage that really well. And I think Lakeland, they kind of got caught asleep at the wheel a little bit. I think it's fair to say that they were not playing their best League of Legends in that game. Lots of disjointed calls, lots of overreaches. So in game number 3, I think the question will be, are the Spartans going to be willing to pull the trigger as much as they were last game? And can Lakeland clean it up a little bit more to be able to take the win?
Yeah, that will be an important question for both these teams. Now, just a reminder, these are not actual pick order, just roll order. So we do see the Gangplank pick for the land switch goes back in the other way of needing to be able to execute on the champion on a more difficult team composition. But Stoli has the Zac. I think that was an absolute fantastic pickup and change for the Spartans. Glad to see it stick around for the time being.
Definitely. They like the Zac so much they actually first picked it. Stolly said, hey, guys, I did a lot on this. Let's do it again. And I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, if you just smurfed it on this champion and it's game 3, you know, all bets are off. The gauntlet has been thrown down. It's best of ones now. So you want to pick up what you're feeling best about right now. And that is going to be the Zac for Stolly. I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, to talk about this Gangplank a little bit, I actually really like this Gangplank pickup. Yeah, it is a more difficult champion, but it's actually really easy to play in team fights in the sense of, in a macro sense, because you just drop the ultimate on top of the enemy backline, on top of this Lilia to slow them down, make their day hell, and then you hit what's in front of you. And it's a champion that's really unique in its ability to play weak side, but also be a scaling carry option. You know, a lot of times people think of weak side top laners as things like tanks, but Gangplank doesn't fit that bill. He is definitely a carry option that can work on a more limited econ because of his ability to print money. So I really like the pick, and then we're seeing just overall lots of aggressive CC options available for the Spartans. And on the other side, lots of defensive utility. Lakeland, they've gone full team fighting once again.
Yep, full team fighting. Also a bit of peel the vein or play for the vein, because we see the Seraphim, the Janna, even the Lilia to an extent can help enable the vein as well. And then you do have the Volibear as your front line. But overall, it's a little bit of a divergence from their typical double front line, if not triple front line, very bruiser heavy centered, where they have a lot more teams and definitely giving the Galaga the go-ahead to be aggressive, be a carry jungler, try and go toe-to-toe with Stoli, and at least try and outpace them, because if you fall behind on Lilia in terms of jungle pacing, you are doing something wrong, or you're being held down by your neck.
I will say, I think the good news is it would be very hard to fall behind as Lilia into the Zac. You clear a hell of a lot faster than the Zac does. So if you are the Zac, if you are Stolly, I think you have to look for ganks to find plays. Now, that could absolutely happen. We saw last game a lot of ganks go Stolly's way. So, you know, if he's able to find those again, then yeah, you're going to do more than Lilia. But if Lakeland plays more respectfully, does not give over those looks, this Lilia will farm up to be an absolute menace. But I think that's not really what we're looking at. It is going to be this vein for Conceded. He was held down last game, mostly in part due to a lot of jungle pressure that did come down from Stolly. We saw a lot of ganks toward the bottom side and a lot of kills not go Conceded's way. But in the 2v2, it was Conceded getting the better of Aura. So I am looking once again at Conceded to get that going. And to speak about this Janna pick a little bit for Uncle Bert, Janna is one of the hardest counters to Zac in the entire game if you're not asleep at your keyboard. If you've got 2 hands put on your keyboard, and you can press Q and R, Zach does not get to play the game for the most part. So I'm a huge fan of this Janna pickup. I think it will be excellent for keeping this Vayne safe. And I think really what it'll come down to is whether or not Stolly's able to find more creative engage angles, because if they know where you're coming from, I don't think you're ever going to be able to find it. And I think a lot of your damage in this composition, yeah, you've got a scaling Tristana, yeah, you've got a scaling Veigar, but it will be actually this Gangplank on the top side, I think, is going to need to bring the AoE.
Yeah, bringing the AoE, being able to get that AoE across too is going to be absolutely critical. As you mentioned, the GP with the barrels and the ultimate on top of it, absolutely massive. But I'm interested to see how that mini barrel game goes, because if those barrels can get killed before they explode, they don't do any damage. So that's definitely something I would like to keep my own eye on, because that will also influence the trade's top lane as well, especially. But yeah, if you can get the AoE across, it will be extremely beneficial. But also, it seems like there's a lot of single target damage coming out of the side of the Spartans. You have the Tristana, the Veigar. Both of these champions can just blow up a single target pretty reliably as well, especially if they're on equal footing or ahead. If they're ahead, no doubt they just blow up a squishy target if they get their entire combo across.
For sure. Yeah, you can blow away anyone. I think the biggest problem with the Veigar this game will be getting in range. I think if Lakeland's backline is playing properly, you're never really giving the Veigar an angle, and I fully expect Conceded to get a QSS or a Mikhails to come through on one of these supports. So should hopefully help mitigate the threat, but if you need somebody just to say goodbye Vayne, well, Veigar Ultimate is definitely the name of the game. But let's talk a little bit about those topside trades as well that you brought up. This Volibear in the top lane, generally just a stat check champion, and he's very good at doing so. He's got the shields, he's got the healing, he's got the damage steroids coming through. So Volibear will be difficult to deal with, but it is one of those lanes that I generally think Gangplank should be okay in, as long as you're not getting too aggressive or anything. You just take your quick trades, play for poke, sit back, play for farm. Where the real threat comes through is at the level 6 when your tower can't save you anymore. So I think the biggest thing really is going to be watching Stolly in this early game, though. If he's able to find the early ganks, it could definitely be deadly. But otherwise, it will come down to the scaling Vayne. Because I think on the bottom side, it's going to be really hard to keep Conceded down.
Yeah, and we are going to hop into Game 3 right now between MBU Spartans and the Lakeland University. These two teams have been throwing punches back and forth across the games. And both games, I would say, have been a relative stomp for that side. Spartans, they still need to clean up their macro, and Lakeland, they need to do better overall because they fell behind and weren't able to get back into it last game.
Absolutely. They fell behind. They tried to get back in, but they just weren't quite there, and I think a big part of it was the fact that the Tristana was, excuse me, not able to get 3 items really in time, and it meant that those team fights were virtually unwinnable. But it's a new game. It is Game 3 between the MBU Spartans and Lakeland. And you'd have to think if Conceded gets going, that could be all she wrote. But will he be able to get there is the question that I think we're all asking.
Yes. Questions. Always so many of them as well. Both teams opting for a safer start by the looks of it as well. It's going to be Stoli starting on the red buff, Galaga starting on the red buff top side. And so they will be clearing down from one another, opposite one another. So it means that gank opportunities will happen across different lanes. And as you mentioned in the last game, tracking Stoli on the Zac is crucial. And we saw that once they stopped doing that, Stoli found way too many opportunities and had too much of an impact early on, and the Spartans were able to snowball off of that. So now that they've opted into opposing starts, it's going to be up to Galaga to up the pace, up the tempo, and really get ahead in the jungle tempo so he can snowball that into the lane pressure as well.
I like how you said once they stop doing that, because I don't think Lakeland was really ever tracking the Zac last game, and that was a big reason why Stolly was able to get going. I said it last game. Zac's gank threat comes from the fact that he can come from anywhere. So if you don't know that he's on your side of the map, it's so hard to play around the threat of the Zac because he can just come at you from so many different angles. But you know, if you know that Zac's on top side, it's so much easier to play respectful of the gank threat. Now, that red ward, I'm not sure if it spotted Stolly or not. It is not on the camp, so maybe he was able to clear his Raptors undetected, and that will be massive because in a mismatch clear, it's all about which jungler can get more. It's about trading up because you're in an advantageous position wherever your jungler may be. So that means on the bottom side, it will be favorable for Lakeland. Meanwhile, on the top side, it will be favorable for the Spartans, who can get more. I think that's the biggest question. I feel like there's more proactivity on the side of the Spartans due to the fact that the Zac does bring CC lockdown. I actually think the gank threat in all 3 lanes is very low for Lakeland. Should likely just be a full clear into Crab, into reset for Galaga is what I would expect as you do clear faster than this.
Ooh, but okay, not bad with the judge line on Uncle Bert, forcing out the flash there. Now the Ignite was dropped as well, but I'm going to say that's a summoner trade advantage here for the side of the Spartans there. Though Galaga is on the spot side Crab, but there is a defensive ward, but he has speed coming in. The Deer, oh Deer, is going to be looking for a play here, and the knockup on Obad is there, but he gets the judge line out. I don't think it's going to matter here. The heal comes through, and ultimately he's able to get it with his life. But that is Summoners burned across the board because Conceited used Flash and Exhaust to get into range there. Aura used heal, still has the Flash from Tristana, but the Nautilus, no flashes. And now Online Gamer does have that defensive ward in place this time, so is able to walk it out safely.
Yeah, but they're not able to fully get the crash is massive. Fertilance is going to be absolutely chilling with the wave in front of his tower right now. That feels really, really good for this Gangplank. And yeah, like you said, it's an even trade of summoners on the bottom side at the end of it all. So not too bad for the Nautilus. In fact, you'd have to think for the Nautilus being that more proactive champion, actually having your opponent's summoners be down is more worth it for you. You're able to reset first as well. Feels pretty good either way. Pab Montano under threat.
Yeah, under threat right now, trying to make something happen, is going to be able to survive the baby cage and stay alive as well.
Yeah, really nice footwork. Just able to not get hit by any skill shots. There's not really a whole lot of damage to come through from the Zac and the Veigar, so long as you don't get CC chained into oblivion. He's able to avoid it very nicely, but there is a bit of a gold advantage that's opening up, mostly off of farm in the top side and in the bottom side here for the Spartans. They're up just a couple hundred gold, but this is not the case of mid-game versus scaling anymore. It's not that the Spartans get hard outscaled this game. In fact, I think they have a lot of scaling going for them. So, you know, going ahead in farm is enough for this composition. You don't have to find more than that. I think that really helps take a lot of the pressure off MBU.
Yeah, it definitely does help here as well. So, overall, I'm going to say the jungle pacing is on par, which is a little bit surprising. I was hoping that Galaga would have at least a 1-camp lead right now, and maybe is finally starting to eke out those few seconds there, just because Stoli hasn't backed yet. But it doesn't quite feel like it because he hasn't had impact. So, okay, not bad here. Is going to get caught out. And a great seed there. Again, the slow cross as well. They should be able to pick up at least one of these kills on the aura there as Tano comes in with a huge ultimate there. And that locks down too. Okay, not bad. Is probably going to drop here. But the Veigar is there as well. And that's a lot of damage coming across. He gets the trade back onto Conceited. Meepy still looking for something, but has no mana. And I guess that's going to be 2 kills over the Lakeland there with a bit of an overstay by the Spartans.
It was just the Spartans being a little too far up, and a great seed into a great encore from the Seraphine means that they managed to pick up 2 kills. Yeah, Conceited, he got anti-Vayne buttoned, feels bad, man, but you still picked up a kill, and I think that's what really matters for this Vayne. Being able to get some gold in your back pocket. And it is ultimately 2 for 1. No dragon take does mean it's not the end of the world, but I think you are okay with that play if you are Lakeland. And yeah, Galaga was ahead in his clear. As you said, Stolly hadn't backed, and Galaga was still actually ahead in his second clear. He had started his Wolves before Stolly did. That is the power of this Lilia. Even though in camps, in numbers, they were even, Galaga had made more moves on the map in the time that he was given, and although the gank bot didn't work out, didn't really matter. Many was still ahead. Online Gamer, though, he's going to get solo killed on the top side.
Yeah, there's not much to cast here or watch. It's just going to be a bear getting hunted by a pirate. That's about it. He gets a good flash, and the parlay is there to secure the kill as well. So, Ferdinand feeling pretty strong as he has that Sheen. He's doing fairly well in terms of CS as well, being up 10 CS. Stoli is there to also help crash that wave. So Online Gamer is going to be forced to burn the teleport if he wants to stay even close to even on terms of CS. And there's the barrel mini game going over to Online in that trade. But this does open up the dragon for Lakeland.
Exactly. Lakeland is going to be able to secure the dragon, and really weird play from Online Gamer, ulting and then going into the alcove instead of just flashing out. I feel like he could have just done that either way. He loses the flash and dies anyway. Flash is back up for okay, my bad.
Ooh, Aura getting
Great
knocked
tornado!
up there. Ooh, excellent play, locking down Aura, who had flash, had rocket jump, had heal, but it just wasn't enough. And now, Stoli, what are you doing, Stoli?
Should be fine.
Okay, Fertilance
Surfing
is
on
there,
the way.
but I don't
Wait a
know.
minute.
This seems like a pretty beefy Volibear right now, and he is going to start focusing those little
Yeah,
blobs.
Zach's gone.
Stoli here going down, and now Fertilance is also a little bit low on HP, probably looking to reset here. And we do see the Warden's Mail on Online Gamer. And when you're looking at straight up trades, that is the better item right now.
Stoli's still heading back 8 minutes in the game. His first back is a death. I mean, that is fascinating. Honestly, I'm amazed that he can go through 2.5 jungle clears without backing. Gets caught out on the Krugs, and all of a sudden, Lakeland, they're up pretty big in this game. 1,600 gold is it so far, but if you're looking at relative pressure, the amount of red wards, the neutral objective they were able to take as well is huge. Online Gamer are getting a little frisky on the top side. Going to be able to duck into the bush, though, and should be okay.
Yeah, it should be able to okay here. And we see okay, not bad. Working on that vision as well. Now we do see a couple pink boards out on the map, but it doesn't matter because the bear kills the pirate in this time around, avenging an earlier death. And right now, this Volibear feels pretty strong. So Padawan gets engaged on by Stoli. He manages to step forward. Gallagher is there as well, so it's a 2v2. But a great stretching strike there. Locks down both. And now Gallagher has an opportunity to kill both. The taking damage is coming across. Stoli's going to try and walk this one away. He should. He's not going to make it out there. And no, he does. It's a trade. It's a 2v2 across the board right there. What was that?
Gallagher gets taken down by Stoli before the double kill come through. It is ultimately a 2-for-2 in the mid side with 2 onto the Lilia. I think Lakeland's going to be fine with that one, but big kill is traded back. Meanwhile, on the top side, it was Online Gamer getting revenge solo kill in his favor. Fertilance staying with low HP on the wave just a little too long. 7-4 is the total score. 1,000 gold in the lead is Lakeland. Remember, in game 1, with just a small lead, Lakeland opened it up big time in the mid-game. Meanwhile, in game number 2, despite the big lead that the Spartans had, it took them forever to be able to close it out due to some macro missteps. So you'd have to think that with the modicum lead that Lakeland has, we might just see a repeat of game number 1.
Ooh, and that was a huge barrel dealing 400 damage. But Online Gamer trying to duke this one out still, but the ultimate comes down, and this bear could be dead. With the ultimate out, the bear is going to stay alive. But that's really going to be tempo over to Fertilance, who's going to be able to crash, 2 waves there? So I think Online Gamer has to stay.
And okay, Padawan, maybe not, but Gallagher is coming up. But yeah, you have to stay, as you said. It's really bad for Online Gamer coming right back into the lane and immediately getting forced to ult and chunked out like that. Yeah, you do get the Gangplank ultimate out, which is a pretty major cooldown, so that is a good thing. But, I mean, yeah, okay, so he's able to clear the wave, able to stay even in farms. But at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world, but very tense moment there for a second. Online Gamer looked like he could have been in more danger than he was. Stoli is looking for the dive, but Gallagher's around, and this is definitely a fight that Lilia can clean. No passive on the Zac. Ultimate's going to come back up on both junglers very soon.
Yes, but Gallagher doesn't have the ultimate as well, so I think opting to the fight without your ultimate would be a little bit ambitious, but if it was right now, where the ultimate was up for the Lilia, you 100% take that. You have your mythic item completed. Zac's on one, or not Zac, the Volibear's on a completed item as well. So you have item advantage. You should go for it. But right now, it's actually okay, not bad going in unconceded. But Aura jumping next to the wall gets punished for it. And it's still going to be a bit of a close trade there with conceding dropping to half HP. But now the Nautilus, well, he's going to get cleaned up.
Oh, Aura, that is not where you want to be jumping at all. Puts himself against the wall. That's a monsoon into the condemn. Huge misplay from the the Missouri Baptist 80 carry. That's a double kill to the vein. Not a play that you can afford to give up.
Yep. And without realizing it or really keeping track of it, Conceded is now 4-1-0 on this vein. The Hyper Carry ADC is online fairly early. Now, it doesn't have a completed mythic item yet. All right, well, there it is. There's the Life Shield Bow with the Berserker's Greaves. Definitely feeling the advantage right now. Though a little bit behind in CS, but at this point, I don't think it matters, as Lakeland overall is up about 2,000 gold.
Yeah, 2,000 gold in the lead is the name of the game. They're going to have priority over the second dragon as well. It is a Hex Tech siege just going to go wide. They've brought all 5 members down. No teleport available on Online Gamer means that they bring him to the fight in time. And you have to think, yep, will be an easy dragon. It doesn't mean that Fer.Lance will be able to push in a wave on the top side, but it won't result in much more than that. Meepy needs to be careful. Sweet Seed lands.
Oh, okay. Meepy getting locked down and just bursted there as Online Gamer secures that kill. Now Fer.Lance is being able to whack away on this tower. Should be able to get one more tower plate. But there's 2 of the Lakeland players running top quickly. And they are going to make a detour for the Rift Herald for the time being.
Fer.Lance is able to get a lot of plates up here on the top side, so it's not all bad for the side of the Spartans. But I feel like we've seen this a lot from Meepy, just walking too close to the river when his team's not contesting. We saw it last game, walking in after okay, not bad, gets picked himself. This game, just no reason to be there. The enemy team's committed all 5 members for a dragon, and well, yeah, they're gonna get the objective that they wanted. There's not much that you can do about it. You've made the call not to rotate all 5 of your members down. And so there's no reason to really look for poke in the river there. And I think Meepy is punished dearly for it. Online Gamer, really nicely done to follow up with the shield onto the Swirl Seed. So either way, fighting on the bottom side, Aura could fancy himself a fight. There's the Dredge line.
Ooh, a great Dredge line there, and the all-in coming out of Aura there, but is once again punished into the wall. But it's a trade 1-for-1 for the ADCs, as the GP ultimate is there for the kill secure. And Uncle Bert should be able to walk this one out. But okay, not bad. Chasing the Janna, which usually doesn't end well. Because Janna is one of those characters that you just can't catch once she gets going.
Absolutely. Chasing a Janna is one of the most infuriating things in the game. And okay, not bad. Using the ultimate after his AD carry had already died onto Uncle Bert. Probably not what you wanted right there. But either way, they're able to find the 1-for-1. It is... Wait, who picked up the kill on the Vayne? Neither of them. Oh, the Gangplank ultimate did. It was Fer.Lance.
Yep, the GP with the Gangplank ultimate over top, the Cannon Barrage. And now it's going to be a 1v2 on Online Gamer here. He gets next back. He's fighting in the minion wave too. He ults out the tower, flashes, and he should be safe. But he is going to lose his turret for sure. The barrels can't quite chain and get the kill. Online Gamer, you just leave this. You survived. You did your job. Yeah, that's a lost tower for the side of Lake then. So giving a bit more gold over to Fer.Lance. And now Aura, the Wilton Lullaby is there, flashes through, but Conceded is going to be there, follow up. And it's going to be another picked up
TP
kill.
from Meepy.
Ooh, okay, Meepy won this one too.
Double
he does
TP.
land the baby cage. He is going to blow up Galaga, who just survives. Now Online Gamer drops that top T2. And it's a 4-3 in this bot lane. And okay, not bad. Wants
Great
this.
encore.
Fer.Lance gets caught. The baby cage is down, trying to buy space, but it's just not enough. And what's more, Meepy's out of mana, can't do anything. So this is going to be another one-team fight for Lakeland as they clean up very well.
The Spartans, they commit double TP on the bottom side after their ADC is already dead. And meanwhile, their jungler is top lane, so they just create a 3v4. Credit to Stali for being able to find 1 kill back. But Galaga on this Lilia, man. He is finding the swirl seeds every single time. Another massive sleep comes through. They get the pick. And then the Spartans, they overcommit to the fight and give over a triple to the Vayne. 8-2-1 is conceded. We saw what he did when he got fed in game 1. We saw what happened when he was behind in game 2. Well, guess what? It's a repeat of game 1. This Vayne is big.
Yeah, it's so early for a Vayne to be this fed as well that it's a little bit shocking. We see that the Wit's End is going to be the second item, and I'm expecting this item to be completed by the 20-minute mark at this point. She's just getting so much gold and value out of these trades. It's absolutely insane. Now, if her CS was a bit better, she would be a little bit further along, but she's making up for that in terms of kills. Now, the next dragon will be on the map. It's the second Mountain Soul of the series and third dragon of the game in just over 35 seconds.
Absolutely, and I mean, you have to think that Lakeland is fully poised to fight. They do have doubling injuries, a little bit of anti-synergy right there. I feel like Pat Montano maybe could have gone to something like the, maybe even Shurelia's actually could have been good on the Seraphine or Ludens. But either way, it will be doubling injuries. That does mean a lot of damage will come through from these two AP carries, and Conceded, he's on 2 items. This Vayne is online. The Moonstone for Uncle Bert as well means that the Vayne will be powered up and ready to go. 5 seconds until the Dragon Meepy. Is he going to get caught again? No. Barely dodging out on the skill shots, but the priority is still on the Dragon for Lakeland.
Yeah, and the important thing here is that Fer.de.Lance has to run down. He has to run his little pirate legs down from the top lane, as Online Gamer has the TP available, but the Cannon Barrage goes down as well, but they catch out Stoli.
Oh my gosh,
he's able to get away, but that is going to be the third dragon over to Lakeland. They move on to Soul Point here, and they are in firm control of this series, as Meepy, he ever frosted the wrong direction there, trying to stay alive, and luckily does this time, but it was a little bit questionable there.
Definitely. The Cannon Barrage also committed before any potential team fight from Fer.de.Lance, maybe as an attempt to steal or just to get vision. Either way, doesn't amount to much, and it does mean that that's just a free soul point for Lakeland. They don't lose too much pressure off the backside of that either. In fact, Online Gamer was actually able to equalize the wave on top side because Fer.de.Lance had walked down. It's still only about a 2,500 gold lead, but if you just look at where that gold's allocated, it is exactly where the side of Lakeland wants it. It's on this Vayne, it's on this Lilia, your two biggest carries. And your composition's only going to get stronger. We talked about how the Spartans, they do have a lot of single target damage, and you're sort of relying on this GP for the AoE. And while, yeah, the GP's pretty strong, it just feels like your single target one-shot capability won't be enough.
Yep.
Oh, okay, not bad.
Yeah, okay, not bad. He's taking a lot of damage there. The heal comes through, and now Stoli goes in after his team is trying to disengage. The baby cage is down, but the exhaust is down onto Meepy. And that is going to be a 3-man drowsy. That's absolutely huge. And Conceded is starting to clean this fight up. The Vayne is online, and there's the triple kill. This Vayne is gonna... It's just a monster at this point.
It is just all too easy for this Vayne. I mean... Conceded basically just walks up to the fight, and everybody on MBU side was snoozing because Galaga again finds the critical sleep, and the Vayne cleans up the kills. It's gonna be a Baron, and it should be a Lakeland series. They faltered in game 2, but my oh my, this game 1 and game 3 have looked clean.
Yeah, and this is a 20-minute Baron on the dot. This Baron dropped before 20 minutes, 30 seconds in. So, Lakeland really setting a great tempo here for themselves. And that's one of the terrifying things about Vayne, is that she shreds neutral objectives as well with her true damage. So, having that early Baron taking potential as well, absolutely fantastic. And if Lakeland doesn't close before the 24-minute mark, I'll say, I think they could be slightly trolling, or Spartans find an absolutely godlike engage.
I will say, actually, ending before 24 minutes is extremely difficult if you're playing on a normal game pace, which this game is somewhat accelerated. But I'll give him until 27. That's usually 1 Baron to break the base, 2 Baron to end the game. But either way, we'll see how quickly they're able to do it. It is going to be the group up in mid. They want to take down that last outer turret, something that they weren't able to do at all in the last game. Conceded. Picks up the red buff. The rest of the 4-man unit, they're pushing in mid. You've got the bear up on top side just to try to neutralize the pirate. The cannon minion is firing away.
Yes, that's the thing. They're up 6,000 gold right now. They know how to use this gold. As Meepy, almost got stunned up. I think the Condemned came out a little bit late. And now it's going to be an absolute engage, but they catch Conceded. But he still stays alive because of the monsoon coming out of the Janna. Stoli trying to get something to happen, but it's not going to work. Fer.de.Lance, well, he's dead as well.
Might just be game. I mean,
yeah. Conceded is pushing bot lane.
Yeah, Conceited just starts frontlining, and for a second I got worried because he is still a Vayne, but the Wit's End means that the Veigar can one-shot him, as well as the Janna Monsoon, the Janna Shields. It's just all too much, and you know what? You might have been right. 24 minutes, they don't even need it. Try 22, Cyro. They're pushing into the base. Respawns are coming through in 15 seconds, so they might not be able to end just yet. Health bars are still full. Look out for the mana bar on Padawan Tano. It's at least going to be 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, Padawan man bar is a little bit low, but also the Volibear still has ultimate, so okay, they will play it safe there. Galaga flashing over the wall just to be extra safe, not wanting to give over any gold shutdowns. So yeah, so they reset here, they take the dragon, and then they look to end.
Yeah, that should be the name of the game, you'd have to think. They should still have some Baron left, too, after the reset. That was only their first couple waves right there. So I'd imagine they'd at least get 1 or 2 waves left after the reset. Either way, they're 9,000 gold up. They have a 13-kill Vayne. They have a Lilia with a stopwatch that can throw his life away. Unfortunately, no flash. For some reason, flashing out of the base. Like, that was really unnecessary. But either way, Galaga has proven he doesn't need the flash to find the engages because of his seeds have been on point.
Yeah, the Swirl Seeds, the Wilting Lullabies, it has all just been so great coming out of Galaga, really enabling the team composition as a whole. And I think if the Spartans don't find the right engage here, they lose off the back of this Dragon play because it will be soul for the side of Lakeland. And they have 2 open inhibitors with supers in the base. Really, all Lakeland has to do is just stall out, then TP in Online Gamer if they don't want to take the fight. But I think they're going to take the fight here. They're too far ahead not to. They smell blood in the water, and it is, okay, not bad, starting the hook. Conceded, taking a lot of damage early, but the Monsoon is there. Stolly with a backline interrupt there. Okay, the Nautilus is dead. Online Gamer doing massive. Galaga picks up 2. The Vayne picks up a kill. The Bear is still alive. Ferdinand is just gone. There's the TP come through. It's a double TP into the base. Aura is just trying to run and stay alive as Conceded. She smells her prey. She's going to finish the Aura, who just gives up at the end, knowing the game is over, as that is going to be the game ending at the 24-27 minute mark. I was close with the 24-minute guess, but either way, that is going to be Lakeland closing out the series in a very convincing manner. So, Hawk, what did you think of Lakeland's turnaround performance in this third game?
It was what I expected. It felt like, I mean, I said it a lot in game number 2. They just, I feel like didn't turn their brains on for the second game or something. It seemed like they thought, hey, we just rolled through game 1. We've got this, easy clap. And I think that is, the Spartans showed that, if you disrespect them, they will make you pay. But game 3, they hunkered down in the elimination match. They turned it on, and it never looked close.
Yes, so Lakeland advancing their record to 4-2 right now. They are sitting fairly pretty right now, I would say, as we really are getting close to playoffs. But that's it for this series. So Hawk has joined me for this series. Thank you, Hawk, for your wonderful color commentary. It's been a pleasure casting alongside you. And with that, we are going to throw it to a break as we get ready for the next series of the night. Welcome back for the second series of the night here, where we have Mount Union versus Bryant Gold. Now, this is going to be an exciting series here as well, as both of these teams are in the Challenger division as well, specifically Challengers Yellow. Now, I'm expecting a good match out of both these teams, and joining me this series is Rude Dude. So, Rude Dude, how are you doing tonight?
Yeah, doing very well. I actually got the pleasure of casting Mount Union over on the NECC A stream, so we've got a little bit of extra juice coming into this one, knowing exactly what they've been playing, how they're feeling coming into this one. They did take a 2-0 victory on their other matchup of the night, and largely based off of convicted hyper carry gameplay. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not we get that back once again. We're obviously looking to see if Bryant Bulldogs can turn around their own fortunes as well. Their most recent game was a 0-2 defeat to a different team.
Yes, so the Bryant Bulldogs, they are starting off this series on blue side, and that means Mount Union does get red side, at least in this game one. Who knows what the future holds? Now, both these teams, they've done their draft beforehand, of course, so we're seeing it a little bit secondhand. But are there any pocket picks that you're expecting here, Rude Dude, knowing that you have a bit of insider knowledge?
Well, I saw a really good Zac game from Speedy Killer Ninja. Also saw Convicted play a very mean Jinx. Those were the two standout carries from either game that they won on the A stream. So if those two happen to be thrown about again, it would not be a surprise to me. Also got to see Spice Rack pull out a Kai'Sa mid lane. That's worth noting. And also the Victor for him as well. So there's a couple little picks that are cropping up in the meta. Some that have been a little less so relevant in recent patches. Nevertheless, good vibes all around to be expected for both mid lane and top lane here for Mount Union.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Now, we are looking at the bans. We do have the Jhin, Fiddlesticks, Echo. Fiddlesticks is definitely not a ban you see all the time, but I can understand because nobody likes going against the Scarecrow. And across the rift, we do have the Zeri, Hecarim, and Kayn ban. Now, Hecarim was recently nerfed, so I'm a little bit surprised seeing this ban come through because many teams have just outright dropped the champion from their pool. But if it's a big enough pocket pick, I can still see the respect ban coming through so far.
Yeah, and it's worth noting as well that the Hecarim nerfs are actually fairly substantial. You talked about the bans having taken him out of favor. They certainly should be doing. The damage drop off was absolutely massive. It may have only seemed like, I think it was 15 at rank 5 for Hecarim Q damage that had been taken away. But you get 15 and you're spamming that cooldown on what is effectively 2 seconds come late game. With 5 Qs is 75 damage, and that starts to add up very quickly in a team fight. So it's a worthwhile nerf to have through. Besides that, we have got the rest of the draft having already gone through. That Kai'Sa picked up for Spice Rack, it looks like, in the mid lane. There's Zac as well for Speedy Killer Ninja. Having seen these two play these two champions respectively, I'm feeling fairly confident for Mount Union. Of course, not to be discouraged if you are Bryant Bulldogs. They have obviously got very decent composition themselves. They've taken the victor away. They've got a tank in the top lane. They have that very stable front line, and they've always got this X factor of Viego Reset City.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at these compositions coming out so far. We do actually see the Lovers duo coming out from the Bryant Bulldogs right now with that Xayah Rakan. But really, I'm looking towards Mount Union, who are rocking that double ADC or potentially ABC on the Kai'Sa composition. Now, I haven't personally seen much of the mid Kai'Sa, but I know she can be very poke heavy, especially if you opt into an AP build. But really, the Aphelios, the 200 years champion, can really just take over a game single-handedly if enabled. And with a Zac to be your front line, the rocket to help peel you and keep you alive, I think Convicted has the tools needed for another pop-off carry performance.
And even if we haven't seen the Kai'Sa mid, we actually got to see Kai'Sa AP at the very least, just in your last series as well, between Lakeland and MBU. So there is obviously a very real element of physical and magical damage threat coming through from this Mount Union squad. Same can be said for Bryant, though. They've got this Victor in the mid lane to be a really scary presence throughout the duration of the mid and late game stages. Takes a little bit of time to ramp up, let that early game Victor start scaling, but once we get past that point, we know that he can be a very menacing threat during the late stages.
Yes, and Victor is always such a terrifying champion with that scaling. Now both teams do have that scaling potential, which is good to see. But also their win conditions feel pretty even as well, because both the set and the Scion can split push if they so choose to, or they could group, be the front line for their team. Though if it comes to grouping, I think that advantage would go over to Mount Union, because the set just Superman slams the Scion back into his own team, and that will be a lot of damage coming across. So definitely something we have to look out for as these teams decide how to play their compositions out.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of outplay potential between these two top laners as well. Set having two ways of interrupting the decimating smash, the Q from Cyan. You can use either the face breaker or the ultimate if he starts channeling in front of the teams, particularly when we're in these 5v5 scenarios. There's a very real possibility that that haymaker comes through, that the showstopper as well pulls the Scion back into the enemy's front line, or into the enemy backline as well. And worth remembering that the set showstopper scales with bonus health. So a Scion who gets bonus health not only from items but from his passive on his W as well. If you land in the midst of your team with that Scion being the one carried you in, that is going to be a lot of AoE damage outright up front, before we even talk about the long range poke that comes through from an Aphelios ult, from Kai'Sa W's, which can be on a 3 to 4 second cooldown. I think there's a lot of onus on Bryant to try and find that clean engage, because if they can't do it, they're going to get whittled down, they're going to get poked out, and any sort of objective skirmish really isn't going to go their favor.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there as well, because at the end of the day, the goal is to get the objective. Now, the objective being the Nexus. Now, there's many paths to take to it, but really, you still have to get the rest of the objectives, like the towers, in the way. And being able to poke the enemy out and force them away from those towers will be a very, very useful tool. Because we saw in the previous series that the team who opted into fighting, they had to win the team fight before they could even attempt to take a tower. But with the side of Mount Union having that range poke, they can look to siege the towers at least a little bit. But also with the likes of Victor and Xayah, there's plenty of wave clear coming out from the Bulldogs as well, that they should be just fine as well if it comes to a bit of an ARAM situation where you sit mid and you try and siege against one another.
Yeah, and that's when you start to question, when do things like Baron start to be taken? Because if you have that Baron, it means that the wave clear becomes a lot more difficult for this Victor. Can't just laser the wave and have it die in one spell cooldown. Takes a few more cycles and rotations on your spells and another extra champion or 3 to be there to clear out the wave. There are plenty of opportunities for that Baron to be taken, and that's the sort of objective setup where Mount Union are going to have a good time, and where those clean engages from Bryant are going to need to come through. Worth remembering as well that given that there's a Zac on Mount Union, if they find any sort of poke and they think this is a good time for us to try and take a fight, they've got engage range of up to 1.2 thousand units here, so outranging the likes of Victor to put that gravity well down or anything of the sort. Zac can find those engaged from a long way away, use a pink ward in the Baron pit, find that good control ward, and use a bit of fog of war to get into the backline. There are plenty of options, plenty of opportunities still between both of these teams, and I think that going through the early stages of the game, my eyes at the very least are going to be down on this bot lane. You've got Xayah Rakan or Bryant, and that is a very lethal 2 versus 2. Their ability to take fights from level 1 onwards, pretty much unparalleled. If they both take that W, they can go for a good skirmish, but what we can see, a really nice level 1 effort, it's not going to be rewarded.
Yeah, they were moving together. They had the right idea, but Set was able to spot them out just in time. Jelden doing well there as well. And this also allows the Soraka to get a little bit of deep vision down as well, you know, at least on the Raptors, so they can track the Viego's pathing in the jungle, because tracking the jungle is also one of those very important things. But Rude Dude, I have a bit of a fun but an important question to ask you.
Okay.
Do you believe in the arcane buffs? Because Victor, an arcane champion, could be the difference maker here.
You know, I do. Arcane buff is for real. It does exist. Very palpable in every single game of League of Legends, and particularly on April Fools as well. I don't know how much your experience you had with the massive scuttle crabs, or slightly weird champions slash jungle camps leaving the base, but I think that today of all days is the best opportunity for the things like an arcane buff potentially to come on and have a really nice effect in the match.
Yeah, we saw one of those massive scuttle crabs earlier in the series, and the thing had like 4k health, was larger than Dragon, and it was a bit of a menace, to say the least. It was intimidating, actually. It was like something out of Pacific Rim Kaiju. But you talk about the level 1 fights, and right now, that level 1 fight is going over to the Aphelios and the Soraka, as they're just poking at Wall. She has to flash away. Now Waffles is under, and he goes down as well. So, Waffles, taking the first death there.
Yeah, she catches the bad end of that trade, unfortunately. When you're playing this Cyan record on level 1, typically you both want to scale your W. Notice that Walshy actually scaled Q first, so a little bit of a mistake there, and lane power really isn't present.
Yeah. Now, if they hit level 2, I think it could have gone the other way as well. But ultimately, it is what it is, and the 200 years champion, well, proves why it's a 200 years champion. You know, small indie game companies and all that fun stuff with their limitless experience does mean that Mountain Union start this game with about a 1k goal lead before the 3-minute mark.
And it is worth saying as well that Convicted and Sanctus played that incredibly well down on their own right on the bot side, getting that press to the attack and really weaving in those autos together, stepping up as a 2 versus 2 as a unit, collect the kills, try and step up for any sort of poke that they could, and recognize, hey, you know, Walsh and Waffles, they're fighting back here. We have a chance now to try and find that kill, and they do exactly that. Put themselves out in front. They get to crash a full wave under the turret and set themselves up once again very nicely for some success. You need to be careful for this bot side as Jay Layden finding a fairly decent trade on the top side.
You, not quite the kill there, flash for flash, but ultimately it's a bit, it's okay. You know, the Cyan makes it out. He gets the reset, TP back in this. And this could be lane tempo over to Set, who gets a free recall back and maybe can get to lane without blowing his own TP. But really, it's all eyes on this bot lane once again. Walshy is already low. Waffles, she's trying to keep her ADC alive, but I don't know if it will be enough because the heals coming out for Soraka are just too much. Convicted is going in once more. That damage is coming across, but the minion with the block is huge. Somebody give that minion a raise.
Absolute hero plays from a slowly cannon minion, caster minion right there. Absolutely love to see that if you're Waffles, keeping her alive with just the skin of their teeth. You can see that this bot lane is going from bad to worse for the Bright Bulldogs down on this bot side. It is Convicted and Sanctus who are continuing their success from earlier on in the day, finding another valuable trade down in the bot lane, and it's worth remembering that Convicted is still yet to base, so this is as though there wasn't that first blood kill going over. It's going to be a massive boost to Convicted when they does get to base. For the time being, it's still that disadvantageous position where there are a few summoner spells burnt. There was that initial health pool deficit in favour then of Walshy. Now with that Soraka, the heals as you talked about, they have come through. They are now very palpable. Convicted looking menacingly here with this Graviton. He could well find a kill if he finds the correct combo. If you get a root, there's potential to swap on over to that Infernum and auto another Q from that. You can do a lot of upfront damage on this Aphelios very quickly.
Yeah, and how this set, he's trading in a minion wave, but he is pretty low already. And I think regardless, the Scion gets a kill here. But now we're looking at bottom where it's a 2v3 in favor of Mountain Union. They pick up 1, they pick up 2 potentially here. The heals are coming through absolutely massive as they kill, wasting there on the Viego as well. And this Aphelios has him back, has 3 kills, will come back to lane as an absolute monster. And this game could already be snowballing away from the Bryant Bulldogs.
Yeah, and this has been a complete masterclass down on the bot side. Convicted and Sanctus have played this bot lane incredibly well. They're even going to collect 2 plates, probably an extra wave as well. They need to be careful not to get too greedy for all of the gold. They could sacrifice a little bit of tempo. They spend too long trying to push out this bot wave. I think that with that Inferno, they'll be able to get away with it fairly well. Make sure that it has crashed all the way under the turret. They're going to get a bounce back. The wave position is going to be beautiful. The item differential is going to be very, very palpable as well. You can see it's Tia and a Vamp Scepter in for Walshy. I can expect all 3 components of a Gale Force or Immortal Shield Bow coming back. Maybe even tier 2 boots.
Okay, well, there's Noon Quiver Berserker's Greaves coming out, and that's absolutely massive.
Yep.
And now Speedy is able to get the Elastic Slingshot away, stay safe, because the Viego is a better duelist this early on right now. It is going to be the Hextech Dragon as the first dragon on the map as well. But overall, I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Mount Union right now. They've definitely set themselves up for success. As Speedy goes in here on Waffles, gets the Stretching Strike onto 2. He has the CC. I don't think he has the damage though. But that is still putting more pressure onto the bot lane of the Brian Bulldogs.
Wasting is here as well, just to chaperone the bot lane back to their turret. A little bit preemptive from Speedy Killer Ninja. Didn't quite have the Aphelios nearby to collect that kill. Good disengage all the same from Walshy and Waffles to get out to safety. Nice. A few lands from Convicted and now stepping up.
Ooh, but the feathers come through, and that's going to be Convicted dropping down there as well. Speedy jumps in, but I don't think it matters because Wasting is just putting the damage across. Now, Sanctus will be able to heal up Speedy and keep them alive. But you just lost your carry who had 3 kills. You just lost the reason why you're winning. And this is a little bit rough, as Sanctus is probably stepped too far up. And I think they're being way too aggressive here, standing around this dragon.
A beautiful shutdown, and it goes exactly into the right hands as well. Walshy, the one that was desperately in search of some kills, in search of some gold, is the recipient of that kill. Sanctus now walking back down. They may have stayed a bit too long. Can they get these kills?
Oh, they should be able to pick up one for sure. Waffles is able to hop out of there and get the tower by the looks of it. But now we're watching the top laners trade. It's a bit of a wet noodle fight right now, as there's the Iron Spike whip against the Bambi Cinder. I think the Cyan will be okay. But now they're trying to find Wasting there, and the Stretching Strike does land, but there was nothing to chain it to.
So all about this bot lane still in this game. Yes, there's been a top lane solo kill, and it didn't go the way of Santin.
Ooh, Set going in here with the Showstopper. Oh, he decides to flash the Decimating Strike. I think if he flashed towards the Cyan, he probably could have killed the Cyan and managed to get out. But it was a little bit rough because the Cyan still has ultimate available there as well.
Yeah, in that situation for Jay, you're in no pressure to use your Facebreaker Showstopper cooldown. CJ's not making any moves to get away, so you do have the opportunity to just say, hey, you know what? I'll hold on to my cooldowns, I'll continue to auto-attack you, I am going to win that trade with Conqueror. But it's still good from CJ Santin to put up the Decimating Smash, and at the end of the day does force out the flash from Jay Layden, so getting that advantage there when you have your own flash as an advantage. I know there's a slight disparity between the two top laners now, and on the rare chance that we saw Speedy Killer Ninja or Spytrack make a roam up to that top lane to make that Cyan just a little more harder to kill, since you won't have your own flash to follow, potentially set up a fight.
Okay, and with Halo Blades on the Kaisa, it makes me think more of a Lethality build, but I know Halo Blades is also used on the AP build as well. But it is going to be the Mana Mune first. But we see Speedy go in onto the Victor here. The Victor does get locked up with the Stretching Strike. The Gravity Well is down. Spike Crack uses the Killer Instinct to stay safe. And the Chaos Storm is going to be chasing down the Kaisa, but it's not going to find this mark, and the Kaisa still lives. But the Viego is there and hunting. He's got the ultimate available. He goes in with the flash. He gets the kill. He grabs the body. I don't think he kills Ninja here, but Ninja is taking a fair amount of damage there. He hops out and goes back to his jungle cafe. Probably either going to test the red buff or the Rift Herald right now.
And they have every opportunity to do so. They're going to have first move from their own mid laner as well, since Spytrack head for another 10 seconds, where Joe Motion is going to be able to move on through to that lane fairly quickly. A really good gank in that mid lane, good return from Wasting, even through the wish from Soraka. Manages to find the kill there, the Viego damage seemingly just a little too strong for Spytrack to be able to get through, and a little bit disjointed between the jungle and the mid laner there means that is a pickup that ultimately comes through. Now CJ, with this time that he spent up in that top lane push, that wave gets a very deep ward. The spotting out Speedy Killer Ninja is going to become a lot easier. The timing on the gank on the top side could very well be just a little too unfortunate. Still on the spot side, still got a ever pushing wave. your Convicted San Sanctus. They're going to be pushing that wave pretty much non-stop. They're feeling no pressure from the jungle nor the mid laner just yet. And that's really all they need to be worried about. The 2v2 is going to be going in their favor for a long, long time.
Oh no, they stopped the Sanctus heals as well, but we have a fight on top lane, and the unstoppable onslaught comes out, so the Cyan will run to safety for the time being. And despite being down in CS, is overall feeling okay in this lane matchup so far.
Yes, I am one of those champions that, you know, even if you go down in CS, you don't feel too bad. You're still that brutal tank in the late stages of the game. You're going to be that front line regardless, as long as you're not chain feeding over the enemy top laner. That's normally all you're looking for. Now we even get to see Bryant taking the first Drake of the game, so they're getting a little bit of momentum for themselves here. They got the most recent kill, they got that objective as well. The gank attempt on that top side fizzles out. Speedy Kill Ninja wasn't able to get there, but now with no ultimate, Bearlight going to look for a fight onto the ult with Cyan.
Yeah, but he's fighting in the minion wave as well. Luckily, he's able to clear it up there, and I think he just wanted to prevent that being shoved for the time being. He is looking for a reset, and Cyan will at least shove one more wave, forcing Set to TP if he wants to hold the wave there, but it seems like I'm being baited here by the TP. Now, Wasting is up there with the Rift Herald, so they are looking for the first tower now as well. Speedy is going to go on Joe Motion here, or not. He hops away. Man, these Mount Union players, they are baiting me so hard.
Getting a little bit beam boozled, nevertheless. That Rift Herald up on the top side, you are not wrong about. And it is going to be all but the last couple of seconds of that turret going down. Finally, gets slain.
Ooh, the Set is alive. He is going to get a trade kill here as the Cyan does go down, but now Spice Rack is there as well, Wasting. I think he got knocked out of the body grab there, but he goes down as well. And so they get first tower and a kill, but they also trade over 2 kills as well. Regardless, Mount Union is still ahead by about 1,000 gold as Joe Motion on this Victor is getting plates, getting CS, and also denying a few waves to Spice Rack.
So more plates, as you say, going over to this Victor in the mid lane. He's got an extra assist on his back pocket as well. So those Victor stacks are coming through quite nicely. Already have that E upgraded and will be probably halfway toward that Q upgrade as well. That extra bit of mobility and kite potential, which up against a Set as Zach, is going to have a lot of power for you. And worth noting that in the most recent bout of play, Mount Union, they've sort of left this bot lane to their own devices, and unfortunately for Mount Union, they are playing up against a Xayah who, in this current patch, has got one of the best ways to clear waves, because there's no way of stopping her from pressing Q and E. It means that they're the ones that are getting pushed in. Remember that this Convicted Sanctus bot lane was the shining star for Mount Union through the first 5-10 minutes. Without being played to for the last few, they have sort of lost their edge, lost their flow a little bit.
Yes, well, this Aphelios is still up 3 kills, up a little bit of CS as well, so I don't think they're feeling bad. They're just not able to snowball what could have been a great early game lead that they had. Now we are seeing both teams gravitate towards this blue buff, and they are spotted out here, but it is Bulldogs with the first push as well. And so, Walshy is behind them, could look to get a bunch of damage across, does land the feathers on a few people, and now it's going to be the Rakan with a great quickness there to lock up the next one there. And that's going to be 3 quick kills over to the Bulldogs, who are looking fairly comfortable as they take back the gold lead.
Yeah, potentially 4 as well, with this top lane going very well for CJ. Showstopper away, maybe gets pulled back under the turret. No, not quite. Showstopper takes the Cyan out of turret range, but also keeps Jay Layden alive. So a 1 for, or a nothing for nothing up on the top lane, but that 3 for 0, as you mentioned, down in the bot lane, incredibly powerful for Bryant, and that swing in momentum that we talked about a little bit earlier on really does yield its fruit, as now Spice Rack in trouble, has flash to get out and uses it accordingly.
Yeah, but Cyan is also there as well, corralling the Kaisa into the Viego, but a good killer instinct back the other way could buy Spice Rack enough time to get out. Well, the Death Ray comes through, the strikes as well, and I don't know, do they have the damage? Yes, they do.
Yeah, they go.
But Wasting gets locked up under tower there for a moment, and that could have been a scary turn with Speedy killing Ninja there, almost trading back 1 for 1. But no, the fight keeps going. So Joe Motion being the one targeted now as the Mountain Union bot lane has moved up. The Gravity Well is down as well. Wasting is there, training back on the Speedy, who has to jump out. So the Wish is already down and convicted. He has low health. He's being chunked hard. The onslaught comes through, picking up the Soraka kill. Banana power just isn't enough right now. Now it could be wasting and looking a little greedy for the red buff as well. But really, the Bulldogs are skirmishing so effectively right now, it's a little bit insane.
Oh, and another knockup comes through. Here they go, the re-engage, another Heartbreaker. Finds nobody, but the Death Ray connects onto one, wasting. It will go down here. Gets a little too overzealous. It is Jay Layden. Picks up the kill back in response. So 1 for 1 on the re-engage. As a nice flash. Takes down Convicted. They are playing with their food a little bit here, it feels like, because Bryant, they had themselves a fairly rough early game. You mentioned that they were about 1k down as well a little bit earlier on, but since they were able to find that fight in the bot lane, they were able to find a fight now up in this top side, and that hemorrhaged into a 3,000 gold lead going in their favor. There's a dragon up as well. This whole 2-minute sequence of events has been over this dragon control.
Yeah, and Sanctus getting poked down a little bit there, so once more it's going to be the Bulldogs setting up a round dragon as they look to take the second dragon of the game. And it is a later dragon, so the Soul won't be an immediate win condition for these teams. But either way, the Bulldogs, they're setting themselves up for success across the board, and I do expect them to move towards the second Rift Herald as well. But Convicted getting absolutely chunked by this Victor, and he has to run for his life here as well. But it's going to cost Speedy. Ooh, huge heal coming out of Sanctus there. That was the Wish as well. And luckily, staves off the pick, but still, that gives so much priority over to the side of Bryant Bulldogs.
You'll remember I said that around these objectives, around the 5 versus 5s, it's Mount Union that I said had the advantage. But what we've got to account for is the sheer wallet difference. As Spice-Rack maybe a little bit caught out on the minimap there. Not quite sure where he was looking, but it wasn't at his screen or at the localized champion. But with this massive gold lead, that disparity between how the compositions are going to look to play is sort of discredited. It's not quite the same as the ability to find engages now for Bryant. It doesn't need to be as clean as long as they get some sort of engage that forces a fight where everybody's in range of one another. The engages don't have to be particularly clean. They can use their gold advantage and use their champion level leads to their own leads to their own advantage. If we take a look at the bot lane in particular, that's where you can really feel it. Convicted level 9 versus Walshy, who is level 11. This is after that early gameplay where Convicted and Sanctus were dominating the bot lane. They're now feeling the repercussions a little bit of a couple deaths too many. 2 levels down in any state is not what you want, but particularly in this game, the later and later the games go, the more and more the levels mean. And just as a general rule of thumb, we talk about gold leads and gold differentials. The level differential also is very important, because as a reference, as a general guide point, for every level that you get, it's about 500 gold worth of base statistics in armor, AD, not movement speed, attack speed, things like that. And when your AD carry, for example, is down by 2 levels, it's effectively a 1,000 gold difference in stats that you don't see replicated in the gold tallies.
Yeah, it's just hard to account for those intangibles per se, as they do really make the difference across the board. Especially when it's most of your team that has a level advantage. Like, I think the only ones who don't have a discrepancy in terms of levels are the supports.
Exactly. So you stack that up over 4 rolls, that's an extra 2,000 gold if it's just 1 level. And then you start to go between the 2 level leads, and all of these things really do start to add up. But yes, the items may be fairly similar between our mid laners and our AD carries, but there's more than just that to take into account. Now we've got Bryant, who are looking fairly well poised in this matchup. They can do a lot with their time. They've got a Mountain Soul in 7 minutes if they want to just play for the Drakes. They've got this Baron, for which could be fairly difficult, but you can see the chunk that comes through. That Mirrorman has not even completed and evolved yet. So when Walsh, this is going to be a very scary Xayah.
I agree with you there. Very scary Xayah, but it's the Victor that I'm truly terrified of. Has the Luden's Echo, but we can wait on that as Speedy goes in, gets a 3-man CC, something or other, and now he has to try and hop his way out. He is able to get out, but Convicted gets locked down. But a great exhaust on the wasting keeps him alive. But those feather recalls nearly cost Convicted his life. But the huge wish gets Convicted right back up the full, and they are able to turn the fight on the tail end of it. So now it's
Oh, but look at this
it's
flying.
a little bit worrisome as Joe Motion is there behind them all. Convicted is low. Spice Rack has to TP in as well. The Victor is going to drop on the back end and lose his Magi stacks. That's what I was afraid of. But now Cyan, he goes in, doesn't find the engage.
Look at Walshy.
Walshy gets deleted by the set. And just like that, Mountain Union have found their way back to the game. And they look to take a 22-minute bear.
Wow, a very tight fight. Bryant not able to come away with it. Mount Union, they do it here. Cryo, they've had no run of form in the last 10 minutes or so, but all of a sudden, one team fight and they come to life. The Soraka is putting in overtime in this game. Sanctus just being a menace. Wasting. He has smite, he's got flash, he's got ult. And Cyan's TPing back to defend the base, but that's already gone down. Can he steal this?
No. Wait, no, that's Cyan going to try and take the base. That's Cyan taking the base there. He's got the top inhibitor tower. He isn't going to get the inhibitor. So at least they were able to get something off that play. But still, that is an early Baron over to Mount Union, who now turn their eyes to Dragon. They've equalized the gold as they were slowly starting to fall behind. And now the Bryant Bulldogs are once more, I would say, on the back foot.
And we get to see what they can do with this Baron here. Convicted's got Graviton Waffles. Oh no.
Oh, there
Quick
goes Waffles.
pick. Really well played. Drake up now as well. And they're going to look to try and take a fight for this as well. Walsh could be in trouble.
Ooh, I think Wasting is just going to try and burst down the dragon. But no, it goes over to Spice Rack. The kill then goes over to Speedy. And I think Mountain Union should just go in and push this out as they look for Joe Motion. The stretching strike doesn't find a second target. But it is Convicted there with plenty of damage, plenty of healing. He goes right back up to full HP, and that will be the Victor dropping. So that's 3 dead on the side of the Bryant Bulldogs. And now Mountain Union look to siege these towers and really get their lead going.
And there's so much gold on the map right now. All 6 turrets still standing. They're going to dive even further. Whoa, that's what I was talking about.
Okay, I see you. I see you, Jelden. Absolutely demolishing Walshy there. And they still have a Canyon Wave there. But with Respawn starting to come through, it will play it safe, reset, and spend the gold. Because we've just witnessed, I think, a 6k gold swing total there. From being behind to now being a few thousand out in front.
And that's the power here of a Baron, particularly when there were no turrets had been taken by Mount Union. They've still got 4 turrets outside the base to go and collect. That is so much standing gold. They're economy turrets, I like to call them, where you can go, you can collect them, and just pick yourself up a ton of gold. If Mount Union can get away with it and can get those, they're going to be very happy, and they're going to be even further accelerated in this game than they already are. You can see that they've sort of left mid lane a little bit by the wayside. They do need to be careful. They don't overcommit to the side lanes and make sure that their mid lane gets entirely pushed on in. But I'm very happy with this priority that they're setting around the side lanes. They've got Set pushing in on the bot lane, Jay Layden, the one in charge of getting the bot turrets, and they're keeping court members strong through this top side. There's an outer turret which really has no business standing when there's a Baron buff up and available, and 3 members now down on the bot side for Bryant.
Yeah, Speedy goes in on the Waffles, but misses the stretching strike. So Waffles is able to get away there with the heroic entrance. But now it's the Scion eating a lot of poke as that Luden's Echo is done. But Jalen on the set goes in and gets 2. He lands an absolutely massive attack. That was like, what, 1,000 true damage? It's fighting across the map right now. Everyone's dropping left, right, and center. But it's Mount Union coming on top as the Baron wears off. They get the T2 top tower, and the set does unfortunately die on the other side of the map. But that was a 1-for-1 trade with the set, so you take those.
Every day of the week, they're able to get 2 turrets as well on the top lane. That is not something that was reciprocated by Bryant Bulldogs, and with that having now come through, that gold lead, as we talked about, has now extended even further. There was a 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane, which was the absolutely terrifying thing right there. Joe Motion, his Magi's is looking like a very sad little book. 2 pages only. Not the position that he would have wanted to be in. Just all credit now to Mount Union. Their ability to turn the game back around really has been very palpable. We have to see whether or not they can close out this game still. If they're the ones looking for a sole win condition, we're going to be here for another 10-15 minutes or so. And then with that Baron respawning in 2 minutes time, you have to imagine all eyes are going to be on that one. Neither team on a sole point position right now. This Mountain Drake that's spawning, it's going to be nice for a couple of extra resistances, particularly if you're Speedy Killer Ninja or CJ on the other side. Other than that, you're not feeling the best about getting this one. You're also looking to deny it from your enemies.
Yeah, now both objectives are at least a minute 20 out. So, I think Mount Union will stack for the dragon here just to deny the soul point. But honestly, they could just bum rush the Baron and turn that into a game-winning push as well. I think they're strong enough that they could at least look for that, as they're finding themselves a 4k goal lead right now. Joe Motion is pushing top on the Victor, so I think someone will have to catch that wave. But right now, they are committing to the dragon play.
With the Baron not spawning for, a minute itself, it's about a 15-second timer. A differential between those two, between the Baron and the dragon spawning. It is going to give Mount Union enough time to get over to the Baron, but they're certainly not going to have the time to set up vision and set up control around the objective. They picked one and they have picked the dragon. Was wasting. Oh, potentially could have been caught there had either of those skill shots landed, but nice to see that they go wide if you're a fan of Bryant. Now with 20 seconds up on this Mountain Drake, you can see that stepping into the river is something that is very difficult.
Yeah, so the stretch and strike lands there. Wasting is slowed down and does have to flash away there. Spice Rack is going to be chasing down this Viego flashes just to make sure the kill is secured. And now the set once more putting in work here. A great stun, forces the flash out of Victor. Victor goes down here, Xayah goes down. It's starting to turn up. Aces for Mount Union, forcing once more the flash out of the Cyan. They get the dragon, and they will undoubtedly move towards the Baron unless they look for a cheeky end.
Well, the Drake is going to be secured for sure. Sanctus, a little bit overextended. Can the team get here to help?
Oh, the wish comes through as well. But with those two
he's
locked
alive!
up in chain CC, that will be the delayed ace coming out for Mount Union. And now they are 100% free to move towards this Baron.
And once again, we need to be careful for wasting. He has got ult. There's a chance he can get into the pit, try and steal this one away, particularly when they're on the vision of the glass of the Scuttle Crab. But looks like this Baron is going to go far too quickly for that to be the case. 2 dragons now in their favor, but most importantly, that second Baron. They did their work with the outer turrets with the first Baron. Now they've got to set themselves up and see if they can get something along the lines of an inhibitor turret. Unfortunately for them, at this point in the game, they've got Spice Rack on their side, and your eyes have to be on this Kai'Sa, because that is the player who is going to be poking out under the turret, who's going to be opening up these turrets from units away, from screens away, even in this game. You just go mid lane, set up under the turret. Once that wave is gone, it is open season on people trying to defend that turret, and so long as Convicted can step up, if Jay Layden and Speedy Killer Ninja feel like being that front line, you're so happy as this Kai'Sa and Aphelios to step up, hit some turrets, and get a good time going.
Ooh, Walshy does have to use the ultimate to keep themselves safe for the moment, but really it's Mount Union. They've set the train tracks mid, and they're going to go through, because that poke is absolutely insane coming out of Spice Rack there. They take the inhibitor tower. They'll take the mid inhibitor because they still have minions alive. They got the Baron buff. But neither other wave is pushing. So if they want to end, they got to take a fight in mid here. Can they get the poke from Spice Rack? Yes, they can. Wasting Pup's a little bit low as well. I kind of want to see them go in and throw caution to the wind. But they are just going to let the Canyon Minions right now chip away at the towers as the Void Seekers come out from Spice Rack.
He's just doing all the work for the team right now. Doesn't need to do anything. Okay, one missing means it's about a 10-second cooldown now till that's back up. A bit of a window.
It's a bit of a window, but what was that? The set just absolutely clapped Xayah. What?
Well, now the base is open. Now they've taken 2 Nexus turrets.
Yep. And I'm probably going to lose my voice because of that call as well. But it doesn't matter. It's just too exciting not to. And this will be Mount Union with a 31-minute victory over the Bryant Bulldogs in Game 1.
Wow. Wow. Spice Rack is sat there poking away, chipping away at the health bars, and then Jay Layden goes, hold on, folks, I've got something to show you. Gets himself nicely tanked up under the turret, fills up that fury, that rage underneath the health bar, gets it to that nice sweet spot of the yellow, and then just W flash finds full true damage. I think it was 1580 something, the damage that came through. A pure one shot in its purest form, takes out the AD carry, and he says, that's how you kill somebody.
Yeah, like, it was shocking. That's all I can say. Like, I wasn't expecting Set to just, queue it up and then, flash buffer, insta-clap someone like that.
It's one of those where you're thinking, okay, he's using it for the shield, I can respect that, and then all of a sudden, the AD carry's dead. And you think, oh, that's more than a shield. There's a slight damage component to that. Interesting.
That's one
really
ability.
Yeah.
One ability. It's not like you're getting comboed by a Viger who just insta-claps you, or a Zed who one-shots you with the ultimate and the rest of his kit. No, this was just one ability, and it wasn't even the ultimate doing the one-shotting. It was just an absolutely insane performance coming out of Mount Union. From the top of the map to the bottom, they played well. They stumbled in a few places, but overall, they held their composure and found ways back into this game. And with that said, we are going to throw it to a break as we get ready for Game 2 between the Bryant Bulldogs and Mount Union. Welcome back here, and I am not muted. I was worried that I was muted, but I'm not muted. So, oh, we have
Welcome.
these close calls every now and then, but we are back here for game 2 between Bryant Bulldogs and Mount Union. We saw a pretty banger of a game 1, didn't we, rude dude? So, how are you feeling after the game 1? What changes do you feel needs to be made for either team?
I think that there were great learning points on both sides because there was a strong early game by Mount Union, then Bryant Bulldogs had a really good mid game where it looked like they could take the match, and then all of a sudden, one rogue team fight that Mount Union are able to get back, and all of a sudden, they've started to win the game from there. And then once they had that lead, they never let it go. They had a really good way to close out the game with 2 Barons and taking a lot of gold with the first, and then taking a lot of objectives with the second, namely the base in total from that second Baron, which led to the game. There's a lot of learning points on either side and a lot of strengths to be shown by either side as well.
Yeah, I like how you said that. A lot of strengths to be showed by either side because there were strengths for both teams. And for instance, Joe Motion looked really promising on the Victor, but then they had that one team fight around the T2 mid tower where he tried to get a flank in and it just went poorly. So now we do see that there is a side swap coming through, and I do believe there has also been a player change on the side of the Bulldogs as Walshy was swapped out for Egg McSpeg.
That is indeed what we're finding ourselves with right now. A really nice side swap change at the very least here. And we'll get to see what teams are looking for with blue side and red side differentials. We'll get to see whether or not the things like Zack the Aphelios end up getting through, which certainly looks pretty good for Convicted and for Speedy Killer Ninja as well. It was really that bot lane difference that set up a really strong start for Mount Union. And then that Victor, which was a bit of an issue in the mid lane, as you already touched on, Mount Union ran into for Joe Motion, played a very good Victor against Kai'Sa, which took a long time to get online. Once it was there, Spytrack was more than capable of killing DPS.
Yeah, Spice Track really took the scaling to heart because early on it was Convicted getting the leads, getting the pressure, but then it was Spice Rack in the late game who had that poke ability down and really started to shred the side of the Bulldogs. But once more, we see Jeldon on the set, and we saw one clap. I'm expecting more claps to happen. What do we call it? The clappening when he pops off? Is that what we'll call it?
Sure, that sounds good to me. I'm happy with that. I mean, there's certainly precedent to be calling it that because there was a absolute monstrous moment at the end of the first game. If you didn't see it, I would 100% recommend going back and checking that out. Was a without doubt game-winning play from Jay Layden on the set. There's an answer to the Syndra in the mid lane. We have got an Irelia, which is a very volatile matchup. No doubt about that. The Irelia is touted to have the advantage throughout the most part, so a very real possibility that that can be the case throughout the duration of this game as well. Waiting to see whether or not they can use this Irelia to its fullest capabilities. I also like this push up as well. It looks like Seraphine is going to be their bot laner. It's something that would have been necessary if they've locked in what is a triple physical damage topside with that Chase Jarvan and Irelia matchup. They need some magic damage coming out from the bot lane, and Seraphine plus Lux, they do exactly that.
Okay. There's a lot to work with.
Yeah, importantly, what we've got to notice here is that Sanctus still has Soraka. I think that is a very powerful pick for this player in particular. And that Convicted gets another hypercarry. I think that the Aphelios play was very good in game number 1. The Jinx I've seen from him before in the previous series that they played was also very well played, very patented as well. And Jay Layden, we saw what his set could do in game number 1. So there's still a lot of powerful picks. I'm yet to see this jungle mid duo on their respective champions. But if their champions that they've already seen from them have shown anything, it's that I should not be surprised when these guys pop off.
I'm a little bit worried now for the side of Mount Union. They came out very strong in game 1, but the thing that I am worried about, though, is that besides Set, your team is very squishy. Sure, you do have some disengage and CC, Scout of the Week, Fit Beers as well, but generally those are tools you're using to get picks, so they may not be available for the disengage, which does mean that the diving composition coming out of the Jace, the Jarvan, the Aurelia can be really, really impactful if they get onto anyone, because they could just look to insta-give one of those people. And then you also have the Lux and Seraphine on top, which are just going to sit pretty freely in the backline and just shoot their damage over top.
There's certainly a very real possibility that Bryant Bulldogs can use this composition to set themselves up around objectives, similar to what we saw from Mount Union in game number 1. You can use that Seraphine, and if you have the right angle, you can pass it through your team, so hitting yourself or going from yourself to potentially your own Jarvan, and then through that, if they're in a Cataclysm, there's a very real possibility that that setup of CC can come from a very long way away. So you will have to be careful at this one if you are Mount Union. There's plenty of things to keep your eyes on, plenty of cooldowns that you're going to want to be dodging, and I think that Cleanse in this matchup, particularly if you are in that bot side convicted, probably going to want to collect that one for himself. You can expend Summon a Heal with the Soraka as well, so it's not the worst case situation. We'll have to wait and see what our Summoner spells are when we get onto the Rift, but for the most part, these two teams have certainly showcased that either one of them can take a win, and I think that this composition again showcases their strengths. I think the mid-game team fighting, which was something that we saw from Bryant Bulldogs in the first match, was their strong suit. They've got it in spades this time around. They reach level 6 and they all press their ults. They're going to do a wonderful job in a dragon-type fight situation, whereas on the flip side, we get to those late-game stages for Mount Union. They've got the Jinx, they've got the Soraka, and they've got this Syndra. The setup for a late-game powerhouse is already there. Syndra may not be the latest hyper carry for a mid laner, but her ability to pick one person off, and particularly when we were talking about tanks and frontline capabilities, well, Jarvan and Irelia, whilst they are a little bit healthy, they've got plenty of health. They don't tend to build up that much magic resistance, and against a Syndra, the ability to take a one-shot, certainly not a concern that they're going to have to take lightly.
Yeah, I agree with you there. There are a lot of threats on the side of Mount Union. And I really just want to ask you right now, Dude, who do you think takes game 2? Do you think Mount Union can close out the series, or that the Bulldogs will potentially force a game 3? What's your prediction going to be?
I'll say I think the Bulldogs probably pull this one back. I think that they've got some really good setup. I really love Aurelia into Syndra as a mid lane pairing, and Jarvan just to set up for early game really sets and bodes well for you. And it'll be interesting to see how the top lane matchup goes. The set into Jace is something that would be fairly volatile if the set finds any sort of lead. Jace needs a little bit of help through the early stages to get to the late game state that we know he can be a powerhouse in. But that mid jungle 2 versus 2 is something that I'm expecting to be fairly one-sided in the early stages. Fiddlesticks and Syndra would like to get to level 6, where Jarvan and Aurelia, they probably only want to get to level 2 or 3 before they're feeling good to take some fights.
Yeah, so definitely a discrepancy in terms of power spikes and tempo on the map. But I think if this game goes late enough regardless, I don't think the early game will matter too much, provided they both make it out fairly evenly. But overall, I'm going to say that the Bulldogs have drafted an easier to execute team comp. And with that said, we are hopping into game 2 between Mount Union on the blue side and the Bryant Bulldogs on the red side.
Okay, so taking stock of our summoner spells then, as noted, Convicted did go for that Cleanse, Sanctus, the heal. On the bot side for Bryant Bulldogs, it's actually the Barrier and Ignite. So Waffles, she wants to get a little aggressive in this bot lane, and Egg, a little bit of a different take, taking that Barrier to make sure that there is a Fiddlesticks in my face, that I can at least stay a little safe.
Yes, I would think that the Barrier is a bit of a selfish ruiner, or rune spell. Or not rune spell, what am I talking about? Summoner spell.
Yeah, it is.
Yep. So, it does put more pressure on the Seraphim to make use of her time alive. But
oh no.
cheeky play there a bit, as Speedy Killer Ninja is chunked out to half HP there. But overall, stay safe, even though he has to blow his flash.
Not too sure about that one, but gets a flash blown, and that control ward is not going to be able to survive, unfortunately. Joe Motion collects himself a extra CS, a nice quick ward kill, and lane priority, at least in the bot side, should be starting out in favor of Convicted. I know that Egg plus Waffles as a combo, they do have a lot of wave clear to begin their time. But Jinx, just as an AD carry, has the single best wave clear in the early stages. You press Q and can annihilate a wave within 4 autos or so, which is something that not many mages have in their capabilities.
Yes, but with that said, it is the mana nerf that was recently dealt to Jinx, so that way she can't wave clear like that as much or as often. So it has to be a little bit more strategic. Now Irelia, with the level 2 advantage here, does trade aggressively on the Spice Rack. Though with Spice Rack being close to her tower, it may not matter as Joe Motion drops the Ignite and took a second look there before deciding to walk away with a I did enough to you so far.
Yeah, Spice Rack is always opting into this teleport summoner spell. Joe Motion has gone for the Ignite, looking to perhaps snowball a little bit through the early stages, but unfortunately has expended that Ignite now. That window of opportunity is now going to be down for 3 minutes, so there's a window. Spice Rack can be a little bit more safe with that Corrupting Potion. It's going to be sustaining up quite nicely as well. Look at that bot lane already. We've got Wasting on his way down here. Convicted, they don't have a ward, and mid lane's battling as well.
Yeah, so Wasting is here. Goes onto Convicted. Convicted with a great flash. Now Sanctus is able to get the heals across. He's poking back as well.
Surely
so
not again.
Egg, what are you doing, Egg? You've stepped way too far up there, and you didn't even use either of your summoners. As Waffles, she's only level 1 still. What is happening here?
Another gank in the bot lane that gets turned around. This is the second game that Wasting has gone to the bot lane and somebody on his team has been killed. The Bryant Bulldogs losing out here on the bot side skirmish. Speedy Killer Ninja doesn't quite get the crab, and there's a good sort of solace, I suppose, for Wasting that he gets that one in that case. But with Fiddlesticks getting the full clear off, essentially, other than that Golem camp still standing, to be able to cross through mid lane with absolutely no regard, and he's going to take this topside crab as well, quite happily, might I add.
Yeah, and now we do see the Jays trading excellently back onto the set there. Staying out of range of most of the set's abilities as well feels pretty good. So Wasting is going to spot out that the second scuttle is here, and Speedy is in trouble, though they are going onto the Jace. There is Wasting there as well in the drive-in. He doesn't flag and drag right away. Joe Motion is there. They're turning back onto the middle. He's healing up. He gets locked down. And this will be the first kill for Bryant Bulldogs. And they get the double buffs onto the Aurelia, which has to feel pretty good.
And Spice is pretty sad about that one. Has to now deal with an Aurelia double buffed in his lane. Nevertheless, a really nice roam from Joe Motion. Spends his timer to go up. Got the first recall as well. So was able to utilize that and that little bit of extra time out on the map to find a room when Spice Rack wasn't there to play. He was in his own base, walking back to the lane, setting up for success there. It's now going to be a lot harder, so have to be careful for this one. As you can see, the Aurelia certainly going to be a bit of a bully now with those doubles.
Yes, and we do see that the Syndra went with the Corrupting Cost, but that can wait as a good flag and drag flash gets the secure knock up onto the set, but the set with a flash of his own is able to make it out to safety. And so looping back to my previous point there, the Syndra has the Corrupting Cost, should be able to stay pretty healthy within the lane phase, but overall I think the red buff will cancel out the sustained advantage of the Corrupting Pots overall. And really, this Seraphine is just getting bullied as she's already down 20 CS. And now I think Convicted started up the dragon already.
Yeah, and that should be a quick little transfer to collect. This mid lane is still incredibly volatile. We see Joe Motion, he's at about 200-300 HP, but Aurelia can very rapidly gain that back in such a short space of time. And no mana on Spice Rack, he's now the one in trouble. Scatter out to safety though.
Okay, Egg looking to be in a dangerous situation here. Convict with the cleanse is able to step up to continue the damage, but not quite in time. A little bit slow on that cleanse. If it was right away, I think they may have been able to force the kill onto Egg, or at least the double summoner usage. But now it's a fight top lane, and Jace barely dodges the true damage there and is able to walk it out because of it. But still, that's looking a little bit rough because in a range versus melee matchup, the melee champion should not be ahead in CS, even if it was just by 1 there for a moment.
No, and the sort of PowerPoint, I suppose, is that at some point Jace is still going to do damage. Come later stages of the game, once that mirror mana has stacked up, when we have the Eclipse in the back pocket as well, that Jace does work regardless.
Oh, this should be an easy solo kill
the
here
fear.
for Joe Motion, but it's going to be
Wow.
What? No way he lives that.
Incredible.
Great play by Joe Motion to stay alive, uses both his summoners, but gets the flash out of Spice Rack as well, and really, there really is now up gold, up kills, up CS, and was down a buy overall. And now comes the lane with Merc Treads.
And it was the mounting pressure that was given by those double buffs. We saw Spice Rack just putting in so much work on the Aurelia's health pool, and it drained all of his mana. And that one window of opportunity that Joe Motion found, okay, there's no mana now. I sustained myself up. That red buff's given me enough healing. The Q heals that come through as well have been more than enough for me to try and take this solo kill. The important part, the best part of all of that from Joe Motion was using the Defiant Dance, the W from Aurelia, to lower the damage from the turret. You gain bonus percent resistances. It's damage reduction, in fact, not resist. Bonus damage reduction to a flat percentage, and when you get hit by that turret, there was a couple turret shots stacked up. It would have been a kill had he not held that W. But having done so, gets away to safety. That last turret shot is not enough to take the kill. It means that there's a nice mid lane advantage now, and another win condition that Bryant Bulldogs are going to be looking to utilize.
Oh, Sanctus could be in a rough spot here. Is able to walk it out as there's a fight across the map here as Speedy goes in onto the Jace. The Jace is quickly picked up, so we hop down to the bot lane, and the Super Mega Death Rocket comes out. No, Sanctus is still going to go down. So it's a 1-for-1 trade across the map.
Yeah, thought Convicted may find it. Potential dive.
Oh, okay. Okay, Joe, I see you.
Toying, teasing a little bit, just saying, I can dive you. But I'm not going to just yet. It wants to wait for that Vanguard's Edge to be back up and available. Honestly, you cannot fault him for that. It's Convicted getting a little bit bullied here. The power of these two enchanters down on the bot side is they don't particularly have to get in range of you to do absurd amounts of damage to your face. The beat drop from Seraphine, that Q, and the E from Lux as well. Both very long range skill shots that can catch you out at a moment's notice.
And the Aurelia has come top to help make sure nothing weird goes down, but also to make sure that Speedy doesn't sneak the Rift out. But the pings are around the Rift Herald right now, so it should be a Rift Herald pickup for the Bryant Bulldogs.
And then a trade of turret plates down on the bot side, so it's funneling gold into somebody later down the road for Bryant Bulldogs versus losing a little bit of gold right now. This turret plate in the bot lane goes through, but as Waffles and Egg make their way back down, that sort of power really has been restored back to this bot lane, and now those plates not going to be too much of an issue either. Just going to be a free Rift Herald essentially going over to Wasting, and wherever he looks to use that, there's going to be an extra 300 gold given over to the two players there.
Okay, it's a 40 CS difference here for the bot laners.
Yeah, it is.
Already. Oh, Spice Rack in danger here as Joe Motion goes in. The Unleashed Power comes out. It could be a trade 1-for-1, and it is going to be a 1-for... Okay, it's a 1-for-1 trade. And then the set dies in the top lane as well in that 1-for-1, or not 1-for-1, but a 1-versus-1 fight to the death.
Now look at this Speedy Killer Ninja. He is ready, but now with that Blast Cone coming over, this is going to be a great counter.
Ooh, and Speedy does get one. The Cataclysm comes down, but that just locks down Wasting in a bad spot.
Super Mega Death Rocket.
Egg's still alive. The Super Mega Death Rocket can come out. It does come out. Does pick up the kill. And just like that, the Jinx is ahead definitively there. Up 50 CS. Up nearly an entire tower's worth of plates and gold. This is just monstrosity that we're seeing develop.
It is. You look at the top side of the map and you think, wow, this looks pretty bad for Mount U. But then you look at the bot lane and you think, wow, that looks very, very good. If we could toggle the gold as well quickly once this turret goes down, that would be great. Little X to find out if that's
Oh, Waffles, what are you doing? Convicted just got a reset, and it doesn't matter. Do they go for egg here as well? They could look for egg, but I don't think they will. Now Joe Motion looking once more for Spice Rack, playing a dangerous game as Fiddle was hovering as well. Jace goes in, he's fighting in a minion wave there as well, so he'll be taking the extra bit of chip damage. Set is playing a bit of the long con, playing around the walls for safety. And oh, it's going to be more trading once more as the junglers find themselves as well. Set's trying to make it on the tower. He blocks a little bit of damage, but still, he can't get to safety. So Jace picks up that kill. The Great Scatter of the Week picks up too. Oh, I think Spice Rack wants it. Does he do it? He does it.
Not enough.
A little bit too late though, as the Golden Aegis cooldown comes up and keeps the Jarvan alive.
Yeah, and Super Mega Death Rocket actually goes wide as well. So just barely getting out to safety here. Wasting, or not wasting. Wasting is still using his flash, but not wasting it does get out to safety with a very well used flash. And that is the sort of goal, I suppose, for using it. And now CJ in a little trouble, gets rooted.
Yeah, the Jace is rooted. There's 3 members there, and he does go down. So Convicted. 4-0-2.
Live and die.
The Jinx. Yeah.
3,000.
Okay, there we go. Woo! 3,000 gold lead just on the Jinx alone. That's basically the entirety of Mountain U's lead here, as Joe Motion was looking for something there, but got feared away. Drops the Vanguard's Edge regardless. The Ignite still hasn't been dropped, but Speedy is able to get the Fit ult as well. The heals are coming through. The Fit sustain is unreal, and Joe Motion once more goes down.
Wow, there we go. A really nice play from the bot lane as well. They roam up to the top side and collect themselves all of the plates, I think, like on that top side. A fair few of them at the very least. But nevertheless, they do find a nice pickup of the mid laner as well. That Wish from Sanctus doing more than enough work to get the kills on the board. And that Irelia, who was one of the leading snowballers, is really the one who's in trouble getting taken down. And Sanctus, he's playing bait. He may go down.
I think they could still die. This the Scatter of the Week doesn't land, so that would definitely be risky. The Flame Chompers do, but there's no follow-up damage. Oh, I could use a break from the amount of action that Mountain Union has found across the map right now.
You take a break, do not worry. Right now, Convicted just going to work on this top turret, and we'll see Killer Ninja in a lot of trouble. There is a Seraphine on the way as well. Smite comes through. Chance that he gets away here, but that encore is going to be the sealing deal. Speedy Killer Ninja falls once again, and now with these priority on the top side, Convicted. A little bit of trouble here, but Sanctus walks on up. There's a chance. He's the one that gets popped.
Yeah, he is the one that gets popped. So the Brian Bulldogs are still able to keep themselves relatively in the game. They're still down close to 4,000 gold, so they have an uphill battle. And with Wasting moving up, they could look for a dive here onto Sanctus. They do have 3 there, but Waffles isn't quite in position. But with the final spark, it may not matter, as the Jace was looking for something, but they weren't able to find it.
But now, looking at this from the Mount Union perspective, they've certainly struggled a little bit once they've rotated this Jinx out of the bot lane. And they wanted to just quickly move on up, take this top turret, and carry on about their business. But unfortunately, they've not been too successful with that venture. The top turret still stands, and it's largely because CJ is a very powerful threat on this Jace right now. Stepping up too close to this Jace would very much spell disaster. So they're going to reset, spend their gold that they got from the initial plate takes that they got, and then move their way forward once again with that reset having come through. Stun hits.
Oh, okay, Spice Rack once more.
The
wish comes through. Oh no! Disaster for the Brian Bulldogs.
We thought
Joe Motion no longer feeling it.
You know, I thought that Spice Rack was going to die. I was wrong. And now he's finding kills left, right, and centre. There's a double kill in the mid lane for him. The rocket finds its mark. Convicted from downtown. An absolute connection with that one. The mid lane tier 1 turret surely now to fall.
And now Jace is looking for a flank here, but is spotted out by Sanctus. So Sanctus is able to zone. But speaking of pushes and flanks, we do have a set working on that T2 tower as Dragon spawns up. It's the Ocean Dragon, it's the Ocean Soul, and there's already so much sustain on the side of Mountain Union. It can't get more. But a huge combo coming out of Jilden, and he nearly claps the Waffles.
Very close affair, very nice little skirmish, but does go down. Cataclysm into your own demise. That should be the Dragon. Soul Point likely to now go over, just a little disconnected from the team. Wasting, not quite able to set up the engage, and now Convicted charging forward.
Egg goes down here. Now Convicted. We'll look at something else here. Now Jace is in a bit of a precarious situation, but Convict decided to chase that really instead of collapsing on the Jace. The Jace could get out here, but he's tried to turn back on the Speedy. Joe Motion, he's able to get out barely by the skin of his teeth. And now there's Waffles there as well. Doesn't land the Light Binding. Does land the Lucid Singularity though, so Sanctus does have to heal, but it doesn't matter as Speedy is there with the Throw Storm.
And now everything is just going the way of Mount U right now. They've got a 7,000 gold lead. They've got 3 dragons on the board. There's a Rift Herald up for grabs if they fancy that as well. They're in a very good position to take this game with a 7-kill Jinx. I don't need to tell you that Jinx is a very scary late game presence. If you've ever played a game of League of Legends against one, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. The fact that you've got 7 kills, effectively 2 full sets of turret platings as well. Now going to be that extra little bit of gold from the Rift Herald and a side lane tier 2 turret as well. The acceleration on this Jinx is unlike something that we will have seen thus far this evening. So for the time being, their job is just to protect the President, and that being Convicted. Convicted stays alive, they can win a team fight. They will win a team fight. They'll win any single team fight. But if Joe Motion wasting, if they're able to sync on up, that mid-game prowess that we talked about, these item spikes have just now come through. We've got Blade of the Ruin King, Gore Drinker, hit the Liandries as well for Egg. There's a very real possibility that with all those ultis combined, there's not the healing from Sanctus, even through the Soraka, to take down this Jinx.
Well, we talk about the healing on the Soraka, and also just the rest of the sustain that the team in Mount Union has. And one thing that is notably lacking are grievous wounds for the side of the Bryant Bulldogs. I do not actually see any grievous wounds. 100% either Waffles or Egg should have rushed a Chemtech Future Fire. 100%.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for them specifically since they're going as a carry build, and Morello's may seem a little bit better down the road. There we go. There's that Oblivion Orb. But I still think that Chemtech Putrefire will do very well for them, particularly with those W's. Okay, the fear comes through. No follow-up engage. I'm starting to see a few of the drawbacks that do come with this Mount U squad, with this composition they've built up. They don't have the best engage. They don't really have any engage to set themselves up for fights. They rely on overextensions and then pro storms, which is something that unfortunately they won't really be finding all too fondly. Overextending is not something that Bryant will be wanting to do too willingly, knowing that they're down so much.
Yes, now speaking of being down so much, they're down roughly 7,500 gold, which is a fair amount, especially at the 20-minute mark. Now, one thing that Mount Union could look for is an early Baron, but they don't need that as Speedy goes in with a huge Crow Storm. Wow. He already picks up 1, he picks up 2. Actually, sorry, that's Convicted with the kills being picked up here. He picks up 3, and now, now Jilden is looking to pick up the rest here. He picks up the kill on the Waffles. He's looking for the eggs. He's looking to make an omelet or 2, and he does. Now, this won't be the game win because they don't have minions.
It could be.
But the way it is right there, so they could look for something as the other minions don't pick up the defense. But oh no, they've drawn the cannon away from the towers. I don't think it matters though.
They've got this.
Okay, Wasting goes for it. They are going to pick up the win. A very, very quick win without Baron at the 21-minute mark. And that's Mount Union bringing home the series in 2 quick games.
Yeah, 2-0 fashion as well, similar to their series on the A stream. A very well played performance from Mount Union. They deserved that win through and through, and they certainly managed to get it. walking away with that 2-0 convicted. You can see at the bottom there, 10-0-5. An absolute menace to the matchup with 100% certainty in that regard. So that is something that you're going to have to be very conscious of if you're looking to play up against Mount Union as well. A lot of a lot of power, I suppose, in this AD carry role, but my oh my, that was a banger ending.
Banger ending is definitely one way to put it, and that's probably one of the cleanest endings I have seen in a very, very long time. They started that entire sequence at the T2 dropping a Rift Herald, but Speedy with the Crow Storm over the wall was absolutely phenomenal. Gets the quick kills, and that allowed Convicted to get the resets, and that Jinx just ran with it. As you mentioned, Jinx, or not necessarily Jinx, but Convicted was the player to watch. And you were exactly right. Convicted ran away with this entire series. It felt like having phenomenal performances in both Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, and it all stemmed from the bot lane ganks that went a little bit awry. So a potential to look back on that for Bright Bulldogs and say, hey, let's try and refocus, revisit what we ended up looking for in those early stages and see if they can find their own improvements as well, because they weren't a team without their own shining points. I have to give credit over to their mid laner who did a very good job throughout that series. Finding solo kills even in the Irelia versus Syndra matchup is something that you're expected to do, but it still takes a lot of bravado to try and get away with it. And that 2v1 under the turret where using the W to get out to safety was still absolutely incredible. It certainly goes to show those mechanics really are there.
Yeah, an absolutely phenomenal performance out of Joe Motion as well. But at the end of the day, League of Legends is a team game. And with that said, the Mount Union team moves to a record of 5-2, and they are sitting very, very nicely with playoffs just a little bit ways off right now. And so with that said, we are going to wrap up the stream. Pretty sure it's a stream on the NEC. Yeah, NECC too. Oh, my brain is all over the place because I'm trying to play catch up. I thought I still had like 10 minutes with that last game, but they ended it so quickly. But yeah, so that wraps up the stream 2 here. We had 2 great series. I'm Sorrow Sims. You can find me on Twitter, and I've been joined by Rude Dude for my second series here. Has been an absolutely phenomenal co-caster for me tonight with excellent color commentary. You can also find him on Twitter as well. So thank you, and have a good night.